Hello there, very good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. Friday is the final frontier for qualification to tomorrow night's final, where the final 5 identities through to the finals night of qualification in Series 6 will be revealed. Well, it's an intriguing day's worth of action in Group C, and this is the story of day 1. It was one win from Bradley Brooks' opening day at the MODUS Super Series. Bam Bam is going to have to get some wins if he's going to make it through to Saturday night's final. As for Neil Minir, he got off to a good start here at the Super Series, but just 2 wins from his day means he's going to need a big assault on Friday to qualify his way through. It's been an intriguing week as far as Jimmy Vanschke is concerned. We've seen some good stuff from him, but not quite the results that maybe we expected. As for Ollie Holtkamp, well, he's really turned his fortunes around this week. He's on 6 points, in 3rd place, and in a good suit to qualify. As is Steve Hine. He's also won 3 from 5 on Thursday afternoon. He's been an impressive performer right from the very first start. Well, defeat in his first game was followed up by 4 consecutive victories. John O'Shea is top of the pile and in good stead to qualify for tomorrow's final. It's a bumper 25 games for you on this Friday, and commentate on each and every single one of is Matthew Edgar, who joins me on stage. Before we look ahead to today's action, just want to get some reflections on last night's action in Group B. We gave it the big build-up and it duly delivered. Scott Taylor was absolutely superb.
It was everything we hoped. It was everything we expected it to be within Group A. Group B, sorry, even. Scott Taylor, absolutely brilliant. Top of the table, 4 from 4. He was incredible on every aspect of his game, from scoring to 180s to finishing. There's not a single stat that you can pull up and go, if he just improves on that. He played championship winning darts. And I don't just mean this championship, I mean the series.
Well, we'll be watching that action culminate tonight from 9:45 on the Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. But our focus this afternoon is very much on Group C, where we have a real intriguing session ahead. This is how the land lies in terms of the table following the first day's play. John O'Shea lost his first match, but then went on to win his last 4. So it's he who's in pole position on 8 points. But outside of him, particularly that second spot, that's up for any kind of interpretation.
And I think John O'Shea being top of the table, plus 10 legs and on 8 points, I think can be a little bit flattering as well. It wasn't like he did it without drama. It wasn't like he was the dominant player or the best player in the field. Statistically, he was actually towards the bottom end of that table. He provided opportunities. He was missing doubles along the way, so there was slip-ups and mistakes for John O'Shea that if he makes those again today, he might not get away with them. The good thing he's got, though, he's already got 1 foot forward. He's got that head start. His nose is already in front, and maybe he can just front run a little bit better.
Outside of John O'Shea, who else impressed you in Group C on Thursday?
Steve Hine, absolutely. He's the player who's impressed me all week. When you look at like the standard that he's been playing all week, from getting here in Group A, 4 days now, it's got to be taken note of. When we look at what he's doing away from this arena, he's really struggled. He's been really poor for a couple of years. And I feared for him coming here. I thought Steve Hine's going to come and this field's going to be too strong for him. Then he played well on day 1. And it's like, okay, fair play. Day 2, he got better. And it's like, okay, I'm taking notes. That's 2 days now. Day 3, day 4, he got better again. And that seems to be the continuous vibe with Steve Hine. He's getting better and stronger throughout. And if you remember, we stood up here on Wednesday, and you asked me which are the top 2. I said the top 2 that are top at the moment, John O'Shea and Steve Hine, I think qualify through this group. I'm going to stand by that.
Well, as it's such a tight group, it may see the outright betting play a bit of importance in terms of how we think the day is going to go along. This is how the odds compilers see today, and they have Ollie Holtkamp, second favourite at 9-2. A much improved day as far as the German was concerned on Thursday. Do you think he can do it again on Friday?
I was yesterday in the outrights. I was with Steve Hine at 10-1. I'm going to stick with him at 5s. The odds have halved, but I think his opportunity is better than it has been. He's still got that head-to-head coming up with John O'Shea. That could be quite telling in regards to the table. John O'Shea rightly favourite in regards to how the table sat. But like I said, it's not done without drama. I'd be happy with Hine at 5s.
Well, let's have a look at today's bet builder then. This is what you've been having a little bit of a flutter on at home. We put it into a little accumulator for you. Pays just under 10 to 1 this morning. Ollie Holtkamp to get the better of Bradley Brooks in our first game at 11 to 10. John O'Shea and Bradley Brooks have over 2.5 maximums in their game. And then Steve Hine in the match handicap market against Ollie Holtkamp at 13 to 8. What do you make of this one, Matt?
Make sense of odds if you can. So Ollie Holtkamp is actually second favourite, Steve's third favourite. But yet our punters think Steve Hines on the handicap market is not just going to beat Ollie Holtkamp, he's going to beat him with the handicap of minus 1.5. So it's a minefield out there today, but that's this week all over. I think there might be a few people struggling to find a bit of value here because this is a week where everyone's beating everyone. But again, just reinforces my point there of Steve Hines.
A Spider-Man pyjamas bet builder.
It's possibly good value today at nearly 10 to 1, but I just think it's brave to take on Bradley Brooks. Bradley Brooks, yes, he had a bad day yesterday, but I think it's brave to take him on. He could come up here today and just have a complete turnaround. He's had a day to settle in now, so I wouldn't be rushing to sort of follow that odds line.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Modus Super Series today. Right, our first game does see Bradley Brooks in action. Bam Bam looking to pick up some wins to see whether he can get himself through to finals night on his first appearance here at the Live Lounge. He takes on Ollie Holtkamp. He's been here all week from the onset of Group A, and it's fair to say that he's improved day on day here at the Live Lounge. Thursday was his best day yet, and if he had a very good Friday, we may be seeing him here on Saturday night. And early on this morning, Ollie caught up with Paul Nicholson.
Ola, nice to speak to you and welcome to the Super Series. You've had a very long week and a very good Thursday. How are you feeling going into Friday's Group C action?
Yeah, a little bit nervous. I played well yesterday, not so good on Wednesday. But yeah, I think it's been okay.
Thursday obviously was different because you now have a fresh group to aim for. What are your goals for today? Is it purely about making the Saturday night?
Oh, I don't know. For me, it's just a bit playing darts, having fun. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose.
You've had quite a few friends play here in Portsmouth. Have you spoken to some of those friends before you came here this week?
Yeah, I've spoken to Tondas. He told me it was good fun, so I went to the qualifier and qualified. Then I've seen David playing here, Schlichting. He played very well the first week, so I thought if he can do it, I come here as well. So yeah.
What a lot of people might not know about you is that you are a German national champion.
Yeah.
And that's quite a prestigious title in Germany, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Was like many good players in the tournament, like Pikachu, he's won PDC title, Springer, he's very good player, so yeah, was a good tournament for me.
What would it mean to you if you can make the top 2 spots today and get into finals night on Saturday?
Yeah, I think would be just another day playing darts, having a little bit of fun. Some good guys in the back room, some great stories. I like Steve Hine, he's very fun. So yeah, just have fun.
We're very glad you've had fun this week and we wish you all the best for Friday.
Thank you, mate.
Viele Glück.
Yeah, Ollie hoping to be back here on Saturday night. Bradley Brooks back on his second day here at the Modus Super Series. Having a little bit of a chat with him this morning. He said he's learnt a lot from his first day's experience here in Portsmouth. Be hoping to take those lessons into day 2. But as for Ollie, well, this is day 5 of what he hopes is 6 in this particular competition. Turned up the qualifiers and then won it. It's as simple as that as far as he was concerned. As for Bradley Brooks, the former World Youth Champion, he'll be hoping to pick up another title in front of the cameras here in Portsmouth tomorrow evening. Right, describing all of the action in the commentary box alongside Matthew Edgar. It's a very good afternoon to Paul Nicholson. Hi, Paul.
Good afternoon, Henry, and welcome everybody to the final day of qualifying for the Week 12 finals, which will take place here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth and from 7:30 p.m. live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, and then from 10 p.m. tomorrow night there will be 4 players left to get the last available spot potentially
Game on.
for the finals week next week, where the big check will be written if Bradley Brooks wants to be there tomorrow, today has got to cooperate a lot better than yesterday.
81.
And I think he's got to start well today. What do you think, Matt?
I think he's got no choice. He's got to be absolutely perfect, and then he's still got to hope, because if he wins all 5 games today, he can only reach
25.
12 points, which normally is not enough. But we have said this week, with this group, potentially 12 may be
81.
enough.
Is there a route to Saturday night for Bradley if John O'Shea does his part
59.
and wins 8 points today? If Bradley beats him and goes on to win 10, is that something where you see Bradley getting through?
I think the whole
96.
narrative, so to speak, there is purely that it's no longer in Bradley's hands. Because if that is the case, we are looking at other results that have to go his way to make it happen. It is completely out of his hands.
97.
Destiny now lies in many results, but there are 15 games going to be played today across this Group C afternoon. So we've seen this happen before. We've seen crazy things happen at the Super Series.
140.
The only thing Bradley can do is just concentrate on winning 5 from 5, and he may even have to do some with quite a sizable scoreline, because currently sat -7 in the legs difference
85.
column.
Bradley
Yeah,
require
that's not
103.
a bright spark for Bradley. But this would be a nice start. What a beautiful 51 that was. And a
Game
wonderful
shot on the
Tum
first
Plus
leg,
checkout
Bradley
in the
Brooks.
opening leg of the day. And Bradley Brooks, who did not have a Tum Plus checkout on Thursday,
Second leg,
has already
it's Ollie
put
to
that
throw
right.
first. Game on.
Big day for Bradley, and we'll get on to Ola in a minute. But today it was announced that he's signed with a new manufacturer. He's been with his previous manufacturer for years. So this is a big deal
57.
for Brad. Maybe a new start in more ways than one this week. But as for that interview with Holtkamp, really insightful,
96.
saying how much fun he's had, especially with Steve Hine.
I can only vouch for that, as well, as someone who's travelled with Steve for many years and shared a room with Steve on many occasions. I can only vouch for the fact that you do have a good bit of
98.
fun when the Muffin Man's around.
Do you know what have fun is in German? When you want to tell someone to have fun?
58.
Unterbuchner.
Not on this occasion. It is viel Spaß. And if he continues to have fun today, I think regardless of whether he makes Saturday night, Holtkamp will take an awful lot from this experience.
44.
I did learn a tiny bit of German, actually, myself, because there's a lot of European tours, wasn't there, in Germany, and there was now Pro Tours over
100.
there, so I learnt Taxi, which is taxi. Got Bahnhof for the old train station, and I can also recognise sweet and sour chicken.
Yeah, chicken is Hähnchen.
78.
So all bases covered. I can get there, I can get the train, I can get the taxi to the Chinese, and I can get home.
97.
Never take for granted the fact that you get a lot of German players who come here to Portsmouth and their English is always exceptional. 150 for Brooks, and
100.
if he was to hit that, it would be the
Bradley
biggest
require
finish of this group.
150.
Currently the record for Group C in Week 12 it belongs to Neil Minier. 144 yesterday, which you saw in our highlights package at the start.
98.
That's still not a bad approach.
Ollie, you
It's only
require
52.
124.
Well, it's asking the question of Ollie Holtkamp if he can hold his throw. If he can, he's going to need a sizable finish. And there's the bounce out. It's been the curse of his week so far. But this one
76.
could be quite costly, because
Bradley,
this is
you
an
require
opportunity
52.
for Bradley Brooks to break the throw of Ollie Holtkamp.
216s.
44.
Chance missed.
Ollie, you require 48.
Ola comes back for 48. Twice in the match already, he's had a dart flop to the floor.
Game shot on a second
Not on this
leg.
occasion.
Ollie
It's
Holtkamp.
1-1. And you're right about what Bradley has to do today. He's got to
Third
win
leg,
by
it's Bradley
margins
to
to
throw
have any
first.
sort of chance.
Game on.
As for Holtkamp, on 6 points coming into today, he's only outside of a qualifying spot before we start because of
99.
his leg difference. But he's only 2 legs behind Steve Hine. That places possible primary importance on the game he has with Steve.
96.
Steve Allen coming up in match number 3 today. He's going to be taking on Jimmy Van Ski.
180.
Menina takes on John O'Shea.
That match between Hine and Holtkamp is match 9, which I think is a really good
99.
period for them to play because they're going to know exactly what they need to do at that point. So much can happen in the first couple of rounds on a Friday. It can tell you that the story is written
58.
sometimes, but you just get the feeling that this one could go to the final round of matches today, like it did in Group A with Białowski, Everts and Scott Taylor.
139. Bradley require 164.
We've had both of these finishes this week, including 3 170s.
55. Ollie require 167.
Right in the middle. Unfortunately for him, he does not get a shot at the middle.
139. Bradley require 109.
Brooks has been reeled in here by Holtkamp finding better scoring. And he doesn't get a chance here in leg 3 at this
57.
visit, giving Holtkamp
Ollie
the chance
require
to break the
28.
throw. Okay, so that's 17 left. And now he goes for double 8.
12. Bradley require
Big
52.
moments. Bradley Brooks would have had his heart in his mouth, thinking his chances of any form of qualification here would have been in serious doubt. Bit awkward. He's had to move right across to the left-hand side of the hockey.
Game shot on the
What a
third
shot.
leg. Bradley Brooks.
And considering, A, how hard that shot was, and B, how many opportunities he
leg,
had
it's
on
Ollie
double
to throw
16
first.
yesterday that he squandered.
Game on.
That shows resilience from Bradley, because without being exact about the amount of darts he missed at double 16 yesterday, he did have stacks of visits
140.
where darts were blocking the 32 bed on the outside. He did exactly that there, but this time he fixed it. That was a wonderful shot.
60.
Happens so often, doesn't it? You can't hit the whole target, but when you get like 20% of the target, you can find it much easier for some reason. I suppose it's that aim small, miss small
58.
philosophy.
If only it was that simple. That problem that Holtkamp has had with the darts
100.
flopping in the board and sometimes falling to the floor, it is something that Bradley Brooks has wrestled with himself in the last 3 or 4 years. Well, that one was just a huge collision.
120.
And a very good 120 in the end. But I think this is one of the reasons why this is happening. More people are using longer points when
57.
maybe they shouldn't, because it might tip the balance of their setup. But they're looking at players like Chisnell, like Van Gerwen, like Gary Anderson, like Humphreys and Dirk van Duijvenbode as some of the biggest scorers, and I'm going to include Jose de Souza as well. They all have something in common. They all get their darts
96.
to stand up to attention like these two people do. But if you get the balance wrong of the throw, you're placing an amazing amount of importance on the point grabbing the board.
137. Ollie
That's
require
where the aggressive
87.
points started to come in. A la Simon Whitlock, Mickey Mansell, and other players who have used them.
31. Bradley require 147.
Big ask. Well, it's a chance for Bradley Brooks. It's on. Double 18 for a
Shot on the fourth
monstrous
leg,
147. Bradley Brooks announces his arrival here on day 2 at the Super Series. This is
Fifth
the
leg,
Bradley
it's Bradley
Brooks
to throw
I think
first.
we all expected to
Game
see.
on.
You might just have given him a new nickname there. The Featherweight Monster. That really was a classy shot from a very, very good dart player.
58.
It's a context as well. The breaker throw, but while Ollie was sat on just 56 points as well. A nice simple two-darter to have levelled up
99.
the game. And now Bradley Brooks has the chance to throw to not only get the win, but to get a good leg difference, which is something we've alluded to. That could be very important for him.
100.
Right shoulder's getting involved in a lot of shots. He's got to just play with that this week, but it's something that maybe he'll have to quieten down over the course of this season, because that could
81.
become a real problem. Get the timing right over the next couple of days and it could be fruitful. But if he gets his technique and his head right over the course of the year, anything could happen for him. And to give you some sort of
39.
indication as to where he's averaging in this game, as it stands, it's 87.72. That is 7 points better than all of yesterday.
60.
Stay in that range and you compare yourself to everybody in this group and you're averaging better than 4 other players. The only person you wouldn't be beating would be Steve Hine, because he was over 90 yesterday.
180.
The only maximums in this first game of Friday have come from Bam Bam.
131. Bradley, you require 124.
Treble 18. Missed. So Holtkamp gets a shot.
88. Ollie,
He'll
you
be
require
hoping to get a shot at what
130.
Bradley's just hit. Aggressive or safe? There's your answer. It's double 5 to keep this match alive.
Getting shot on the
Exceptional.
fifth leg.
A
Ollie
brilliant
Holtkamp.
shot from the former German national champion. And Bradley Brooks did a lot right there to leave a match-winning shot, but he's
Sixth
denied
leg, it's
again.
Ollie to throw first.
And shades of yesterday when people were breaking his heart left,
Game
right,
on.
and centre.
We've played 5 legs so far today, and we've had 3 big finishes. The 103 from Bradley Brooks before the 147, and now the 130.
57.
This is an indication into how today's going to go. I think you best put what you've got on today on pause and get ready to watch some of the darts.
Yeah, there weren't that many
42.
plus finishes yesterday. 144 being the best. 117 we had from Jimmy Van Schie. And a 115 from Steve Hine. But maybe we've been spoiled the first 3 days with those big outs from the likes of Białecki, Taylor, Everts, and others.
140.
Maybe we're about to go back to normal over the next 2 sessions, because we do have Group B action tonight, and I promise you, you do not want to miss that. Last night, Scott Taylor was exceptional. He had something between his teeth, and it's
45.
called a bit.
We only had 5 Toddlers checkouts
131.
across the whole day yesterday on Group C action. We've already got 3 so far today in 5 legs.
133.
Well, look on the bright side there, Ollett. That dart was risking going on the floor as well, but it stuck into that 19, meaning you are on a finish to keep this match alive into leg
58.
7. And Bradley does not
Ollie,
want
you
that to
require
happen.
170.
Yesterday, he was taken to leg 7 twice and lost them both. That's that chance gone in this big fish, baby fish situation.
40.
Well, Bradley
Bradley,
Brooks
you
has
require
just had the 130 hit
130.
against him. He's got a chance to do it now for the match.
It's one of those touche moments. Over to you, Brad.
91.
That
Ollie,
is a
you
match
require
start missed.
130.
Not again.
Well, Bradley will be hoping not again. But it's on.
Different route. Different result.
100. Bradley, you require 39.
3 cracks at a 130 finish in the last leg and a bit. But it's match darts at his nemesis. And he squints at 32. From the other side this time. He doesn't get the kind
23.
kick and doesn't find the
Only you
green.
require 30.
Meaning Holtkamp goes all the way across to the other side of the board at the same height for double 15 and leg 6. And a chance still to get to 8 points after 6 games played in Group C. Straight for it. Can't be cagey this time.
No
It was a
score.
better effort, but surely Bradley
You
Brooks,
require
after 3 match
16.
starts missed, will get the job done this time. Does he have enough room? He's going to go to his favoured side. This will be a wonder dart. Over the top. Oh, what a hit
Shot
that is
and the
from
match,
Brooks.
Bradley Brooks.
We've had so many examples of a wonder dart this week, but that's probably taken the cake. What a stunning checkout from Bradley Brooks in a game that had a 147 out and a 130 to save the match from the German. But the best start was the last one, without a shadow of a doubt. And that is a really big improvement for the lad from Blackburn, who has just won that game by 4 legs to 2. We'll be back with Neil Mania against the table topper in John O'Shea.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, we saw Bradley Brooks get the better volley Holtkamp by 4 legs to 2. Impressive start to the day for Bradley. That puts him on 4 points, and it puts him now back in the mix. Especially if John O'Shea can get victory in this one. He's picked up 8 points so far in this group. He was the premier performer on day 1, but did lose his first game of the session yesterday. He takes on Neil Mania, and if O'Shea does win this one, it really does get really tight as far as the group is concerned. O'Shea was stretched clear, and the rest of the field, well, they'll be congealed to within just a couple of points ahead of Hein against Van Schie. Watching this one in the commentary box, let's say hello once again to Matt and Paul.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 2 just about to get cracking. And John O'Shea, who did lose his first game yesterday, will be hoping to get off to a better start. But if you offered him 8 points right now from today's action, he would steal
First
your
leg,
hand
it's
and
Neil
never
to
give
throw
it back.
First. Game on.
He didn't have to do a great deal against Neil Mania in their game yesterday in game 14, because at that point, it seems like the man from Cornwall just hit a wall. However, if we discount
59.
that particular performance from Neil, yesterday was decent. Picked up a couple of wins.
140.
Looked very useful at the start, but just seemed to tail off towards the end. Because he's had a difficult first day, Matt, where he did tail off during game number 5, what kind of impact will that have on this first game of the day?
Can be
140.
quite sizable if it was a continue. I think the fact that he's been able to go away from here and take restock, I think that's probably going to be a good thing. I think had you just played it as a
59.
continuum of all 10 fixtures in one day, that's where the problem may arise. But you can sort of just go away and pick out the positives rather than sort of playing within that story that
60.
is starting to build.
We do have a change of equipment today for the Joker. Yesterday he was using moulded flights and a slightly obscure
96.
scalloped
John, you require
stem.
161.
Very much a regulation poly stem today and a foldable flight. For someone who was top of the table overnight, I find that a bit of a strange move, but not to paraphrase the Joker, but sometimes you've got to introduce a little chaos because he's an agent of chaos.
84. John, you require 104.
Maybe that does go to the point, though, that maybe he didn't feel quite comfortable with the setup yesterday.
Good dart, John. Did you get that right? Oh, he got it right,
John,
all right.
first
That's
leg, John
wonderful.
O'Shea.
Slightly unconventional, but it works. And the doubles yesterday, they can't
Second
be
leg,
ignored.
it's John to
He
throw
was top of
first.
the table. He got 18
Game
legs
on.
in the bank, more than anybody else. But 31% on the doubles. One of the worst percentages
59.
of anybody. However, he got more darts at a double than anyone. In fact, it was John O'Shea and Bradley Brooks who had the most darts at double, and John had 10 more than Bradley.
45.
I've already seen a few flashes of brilliance from Bam Bam,
100.
and we know that now he's won his first game today by a couple of legs. He wants John O'Shea to beat everybody but him.
45.
I think it's going to be a long time today before we really know the destiny of the
82.
two players that will be going through to Saturday night. John O'Shea could keep himself adrift of the chasing pack with a victory here. And depending on the
100.
result, could actually see Bradley Brooks come off the bottom of the table now.
Yes, there are intricacies aplenty in the
95.
first couple of rounds of matches. Do you believe in destiny, Matt?
Is that sort of if everything's mapped out and we're just sort of...
Yeah.
No.
140.
I'm glad you didn't stay on the fence there. Because I'm a big believer in no fate but what we make for ourselves.
Absolutely.
Do you know what movies that's
95.
No.
from? Matthew Edgar. You didn't know that from Terminator 2? I'm ashamed of you.
Oh, I've actually seen that one.
57. John, you
Now,
require
John,
70.
Which way do you want to go for 70? Because when you had 86 with 2 darts, you just went 60 double 13. A little bit more conventional here. It is double 8. He's just double checking.
Game shot
But
on
he's
the
not
second
missing
leg,
doubles.
John O'Shea.
That's really interesting what the Joker's done today. Maybe a couple of
Third leg, it's Neil to throw
frailties in the
first.
calculator
Game
department,
on.
but it doesn't matter as long as you hit them. It's a bit like playing Countdown. As long as you get to the number that you're supposed to, it doesn't matter how you get there as long as you use the numbers only once.
100.
And it's taken only one dart to get each leg. Right now, I'm really starting to believe that these stems work better than yesterday.
83.
He seems to be throwing with a degree of relaxation that we didn't see from him, especially in his first game yesterday, that he lost 4-2 to Ole Holtkamp.
140.
It wasn't a textbook day, was it, for John O'Shea? If we take the
140.
statistic league, he's actually 4th best player here, which I guess just goes to show as well that sort of experience that he's got on the tour, that we say it all the time, you don't have to be
45.
playing your A darts to win when you can grind out results. But when I was having a chat with John O'Shea, he sort of guided me in the
125.
direction of something that's been bugging him, and that is having a big performance and then falling off in the next one. He says you go to a pro tour, you beat Damon
61.
Heta with a 99 average in
John,
the
you
opening
require
game, then lose to the mid-80.
153.
He kind of did that yesterday in match number 3, averaged about 95, and then the next game, 74.
Well, he's done the first thing, which is
90.
acknowledge the problem.
Neil, you require 155.
Then you try and put it right. And Neil Menier has been a mere passenger in this game so far, watching O'Shea just pick it apart.
47. John, you require 63.
Well, that's a happy accident. That gives him options. 45. He's gone for 5 tops. And that
Gets on the
was a
third leg,
brilliant
John
decision
O'Shea.
for 2 reasons. One, he's hit it, and he remains at 100% on doubles in this match. But because he had
Fourth
that
leg,
big
it's
flight
John
in
to
the way
throw
of the single
first.
13, that's why
Game
he
on.
chose 5 in tops. And right now, Neil Menier is still a passenger in this game.
97.
This is ruthless from O'Shea. What more would you expect from a former world master who, when he won it,
60.
he was ultra aggressive on that stage. He just opened the can and said, let's go for it.
58.
Yesterday was the group that was very tight, this one. We had 6 games go the distance, all going 4-3. And we didn't really have any sort of
59.
too many dominant performances. And so far today, it feels like we're having 2. Although Bradley Brooks was a 4-2 victor in his game, it felt like he was in control of it throughout. And John O'Shea
60.
setting the tone himself here as well. Maybe it's going to be a flip-flop. We're going to get a little bit like we had in Group B, where it all started very one-sided.
55.
Do you know what someone with 2 left feet wears on their feet?
Shoes.
Flip-flips.
42.
Well, Menier yesterday, 79.87 his overall average, but that is somewhat misleading. His final average, which was in the 60s, brought that overall total well down. So I don't pay too much attention to that. He was 31% on the doubles, just like John O'Shea was. But he had 20 less darts at a double and hit 6 fewer. He has not had 1 dart at a double in this match.
59.
And that is purely because
John, you
O'Shea has
require
been excellent.
144.
It would set
56.
for quite a worrying trend when we look at his last 2 games of yesterday. Game number 4, just won 1 leg from 6 attempts. Game number 5, no legs won. If he was to lose
60.
again 4-0, that would just
John,
be
you
1
require
leg from his last
88.
3 matches, and a worrying pattern trend appearing.
Maybe he just doesn't like playing the Joker. And John O'Shea tries to play the
57.
trump card there. And
Neil,
that's the
you
first
require
start at double that he's missed
148.
in this match. The big shot to save it is on. And that was a somewhat unkind collision because there was every chance that dart could have been in the 60 had it not been for the
116.
previous flight.
John, you require 31.
O'Shea gets his chance to finish the job. What a marker.
15.
Oh, unkind once
Neil, you
again.
require 32.
Well, his first opportunity at a double in this fixture.
Game shot on a 4
And when
flag.
you wait for a
Neil
dart
Mania.
or a double, it can feel a bit alien at times. Not to Neil. He's got himself back
Fifth
into
flag,
this
it's
game.
Neil
A
to
breaker
throw
throw there
first.
on John
Game
O'Shea, who's
on.
just pondering at the back of the stage. He'll probably be feeling like the job should be done, and he'll be in the back room. And players do this, don't they? I should have won this. I should have done this. I should have been off by now.
60.
I think with John's experience, you know that you've had this kind of game before where you've been to the finishing line, you haven't quite crossed it.
100.
You have to go back a step before you get another chance. It's just part of the game. And we've been reliably informed, Matt, that Neil Mania was
100.
a very good sports person in another sport in previous times, right?
Well, the information that is being relayed to us suggests
140.
Neil Mania is very much down the Gerwin Price road of things. Actually represented England at the under-16s
140.
in rugby.
He's gone from a firmly contact sport to a
93.
non-contact sport. And that's the way it will remain.
Oh, it's absolutely the way forward, trust me.
Maybe with the exception of Justin Pipe versus Kevin Painter,
130.
which did have a little bit of contact once at the World Grand Prix.
58.
Well, Neil is going to get
Neil
another
requires
opportunity here
71.
to close that gap from 3 to 1. Double 16.
39.
Wasn't close. He
Johnny
wasn't
require
happy.
110.
John O'Shea will be elated if he can find this. He's not elated.
78.
He's
Neil, you
hoping
require 32.
to come back for this double, which Neil gets a crack at
Game
first.
shot on a
And he
fifth
doesn't
leg.
hesitate
Neil
to bring
Mania.
it to 3-2. Something has changed. We've gone from O'Shea dominating
Sixth leg. It's John to throw
to now
first.
hoping that he can just get this
Game
done
on.
4-2 without the use of a last leg decider.
$83.
It's something I've thought about for the last 3.5 years, ever since John won the World Masters. And he knows that I'm a big fan of the Joker, just like he is.
85.
Every Joker that's been played has been American. Jared Leto, Jack Nicholson,
139.
Heath Ledger. What if the Joker was Irish? It would be even better.
60.
Tell me it wouldn't be better if the Joker was Irish.
You got anyone in mind?
Colin Farrell?
131.
I think Conor McGregor would make a good Joker.
No. Come on. He's already in that awful remake of Roadhouse. How dare they remake such an 80s classic?
60. Neil, you require. John, you require 148.
Well, John, no joking matter here, as you want to get this job done to get to double figures in points and to be the first person to do so in Group
75.
C. This has been a much improved leg from John after what you can classify as a
100.
real scare
John, you
over the
require
last couple of
73.
legs. He's mismatched darts already, but he gets more.
Game
This time he
shot
gets
and
it
the match,
right.
John O'Shea.
And John O'Shea has now got 10 points in the table. His leg difference will go to plus 12 as well. And that is not only an excellent result for the Joker, but it is good for Bradley Brooks, who got his first 2 points in the previous match here today. 87.86, slightly over what he was doing yesterday. The doubles at one point were perfect. But when he comes back and plays Bradley Brooks in Game 4, we'll talk about the complexity of that. However, before then, we'll see a bit more of Big Jimmy and Big Steve, who are next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. With that man on your screen, Jimmy Van Schie is in action. He's picked up 4 points from his first day's efforts. He takes on Steve Hine, who picked up 6. Jimmy, who's a ADC European qualifier. He won 2 qualifying tour events at the back end of 2023, including one of those victories in the final, coming up against a man who has just recently won the Dutch Open in Jarno Bottenberg by 4 legs to 2. He's a player that we know is brimming with potential, and we've seen flashes of it this week. Can he show it enough on Friday to qualify through to tomorrow night's final? We're about to find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Was that graphic right? Did it say the Dutch sequoia? The Dutch tree?
Yes, that is correct. He is known as a tree. I suppose a lot of the tall Dutch
First
names
leg,
have already
it's
gone
Steve
though,
to
haven't
throw
they?
first.
Why sequoia
Game
though?
on.
I know they're Californian trees that really do grow very tall, but that is incredibly specific. However,
85.
if we're talking about things that are really specific, well done, Henry, for bringing up the fact that Van Schie beat Bottenberg in that qualifying final, and I'm sure that's the kind of game that Steve Hine could get his teeth into against someone who's got a name that sounds like a cake.
125.
Well, I know something we're not getting our teeth stuck into, Paul. He's still not brought us that toffee blast.
140.
Shame on you, Steve. And we even asked you. However, that's one thing. About Jarno Bottenberg, I want to say congratulations for winning the Dutch Open. A wonderful achievement. So well done, Jarno.
60.
And what an achievement it would be for one of these two, because I don't think both of them are going to make it. One of these could
95.
still get through to Saturday. Jimmy's got a bit more to do. He starts on 4 points, Hine on 6. And you used a word just off the air right there, Matt. Separation.
40.
Are we seeing it already, or will we probably see more of it over the next round and a half?
One more lap, and I think we're going to start to know
122.
who's in and who's out of this race. Steve Hine, with victory here, will go 2 points clear.
100. Steve, you require 59.
Going into lap number
Game start on the
6.
first leg. Steve Hine.
That's very good from Hine. On doubles yesterday, he was 34%.
Second
and
leg,
averaged
it's Jimmy
over
to throw
90
first.
for the
Game on.
day. Consequently, one of the reasons why he did average over 90 yesterday is because his best average that he got in an individual game was against Jimmy Van Schie yesterday.
85.
And it was a losing 98.74.
Jimmy dug deep, didn't he, in that last leg? Steve Hine asked
58.
him all the questions, and he took out that 117 finish for the match to keep himself in with some form of hope here of qualifying through Group C.
You know, we were talking about Nigel Hayden yesterday and
58.
his ability to stoop on his right hip to play darts. Imagine if Jimmy did that. He looked like a right angle.
59.
I'm still getting over that really specific nickname. Almost reminds me of the time when one of our referees here, we were talking about music. And
45.
it was that classic track, wasn't it? By that band Bop.
80.
It was Hanson, actually, but someone referred to that song as Bop. I will never get over that. But you'd love to bop your way to the final day of week 12, because if you get to Saturday tomorrow, you will be within a week of glory, potentially.
121.
A lot of money on offer in the next 8 days. £5,000 for the winner of this week, £20,000 for winning next
46.
week. It could be life-changing or career-changing money for one of these players here today. Or Sebastian Białecki, who is still waiting to get back on the hockey, and he will in Game 1 come Saturday night.
60.
That's his gift of winning Group A. He gets the first game.
$122. Jimmy, you require 132.
This one's got a nickname as well. And it's the name of a Five Finger Death Punch song. Champagne, but spelt differently.
52.
And a very different meaning.
Steve, you require 136.
I
88.
don't want to give every single
you
checkout a
require
nickname. It would
80.
start to be like bingo.
Have we got one for 80?
Ooh! It was almost very busty. Double top for the Sequoia.
40.
There's a line I never thought
Steve,
I'd
you
say.
require 48.
Well, Steve Hines got an opportunity here to take this game by the scruff of the neck on his favourite double top.
28. Jimmy, you require 40.
That one did not go to plan. When Hein realises that he's had 7 visits and wasn't able to take this leg, he will be lambasting himself for minutes. It's a leg he's
Shot on the
lost.
second leg, Jimmy Vanschke.
And sometimes you've just got to take those on the chin.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
That's for Jimmy's efforts yesterday. 85.88 the average, 40% on doubles, 16 out of 40 attempts. That's fine. Plenty of opportunities there. 40 darts at double and only came away with 4 points.
108.
That's his first of the day to add to the 3 that he had yesterday
100.
and the overall 16 he's had this week.
It's so hard because you keep saying things. It just reminds me of so many Steve Hines stories, which can only really
34.
echo what Ollie Holtkamp said in that interview earlier on, where he says he's enjoying the company of Steve Hine.
I can picture Steve on a chair with a big book in front of him
137.
saying, "Gather round, children. It's Steve Hines' story hour."
It weren't quite story hour, the picture I saw recently. It was Steve Hine pretending to be a
85.
train for the children, the grandchildren round.
Pretending to be a train?
Yeah, he's been a
139.
conductor on a train, yeah. Things you see.
Was this done on October the 31st?
58.
Halloween for the
Yes,
lanes.
Steve,
yes,
you require
took me a while,
40.
yeah.
Doesn't like double top this time either, but he does like
Big shot on
10s
the
for a
third leg,
2-1
Steve
lead.
Hine.
14 darter, much better than the previous leg. A really nice bounce back from Steve there.
Fourth leg, it's Jimmy
Some
to
of the
throw
players
first.
might have smarted from the fact that
Game
they
on.
lost leg 2, but the Muffin Man seems to have allowed things to rest in the old resting draw, and things just got a bit plumper
85.
in the following 2 minutes.
Well, it's the case in point of what you said, actually, because what you said made me laugh because it is such a
96.
Steve Hine thing to say. You said he's had to take that one on the chin. And quite often, in those situations where Steve Hine has that and then he bounces back, when you ask him, he's like, yeah, I took that one on the chin and then
100.
came back.
He's a remarkably honest fella, is Steve.
137.
And he's always thrown this style of dart, hasn't he? A somewhat chunky barrel with an added weight screwed into the barrel, polystem and those slim flights.
140.
He has tried to have a barrel made to the same sort of specifications, but it's that
180.
adagram on the back that he's just can't get away from.
Seems to work all right. He's scoring more 180s than this guy this week, which, when you look at the equipment, it doesn't make sense.
Nothing Steve Hine does make sense, but it works.
100.
Chunky barrels,
Steve, you require 88.
and they cover a lot of the sisal in that 60 bed when he hits it. This is double 7, and that
Shot
is
on a
3-1
fourth
for a
leg,
12
Steve
darter.
Hine.
Wow. Brilliant from Hein, who goes 26 darts for 2 legs
Fifth
to take
leg,
that
it's Steve
2-leg
to throw
advantage.
first.
Just because he's got chunky
Game
barrels
on.
doesn't mean he can't put in world-class spurts just like that.
I've said it before, I've said it to Steve, I've Say it again. At the start of this week, I was fearing for Steve in this quality. It looked like his best years were behind him in terms of where he's been playing in recent times, but he has really just brought the best out. And we
100.
always say, if you can't play darts on that stage, there's no way you can, because the setup here, the environment, the preparation, the practice room,
100.
it is all perfect. And Steve is using all of those tools to bring out some of the best darts he has played in years this week.
Might want to do him a favour, Matt. Just keep annoying him.
80.
Oh, I'll do that, don't you worry. I've been doing that for many years.
He would love to throw one back at you. But it would be something if he was to go on and win a title here this week. He looks really good
83.
to get the victory in this game. He's done a lot of the legwork. He's just got to finish the job. It's a bit like taking a very nice loaf of bread out of the oven. Just to make it extra special, let it rest for about 2 or 3 minutes, then put a nice bit of glaze on the top with a few seeds
100.
to make it look pretty. I know I went a bit left field there because he's noted for muffins, but I'm sure he knows a thing or two
81.
about loaves of bread as well.
Well, he knows a thing or two about good darts as well. This is a rock-solid performance from Steve Hine, averaging just under the ton. And this will really strengthen his position in the top two. He'll go clear on
131.
points.
Steve, you require 97.
He's going to lay up for tops
57.
and hope
Jimmy
that Jimmy does
require
not find the
90
he's left. If he misses this, you've got to think the Muffin Man is clear for takeoff to get to 8 points. And the 20s are missed, which means Van Schie cannot finish this leg with the dart he's got left.
A lot of frustration. He knows the
50.
situation. He cannot afford
Steve,
to
you
lose to the
require
Muffin Man
40.
because he'll be 4 points away from a qualification place.
Game shot. And the
Jimmy's got to
match,
take it on the
Steve
chin this
Hine.
time. That was a brilliant performance from Steve Hine. Yesterday he had his best average against Jimmy. He's got his revenge by getting the win this time, but that's his best winning average of this group now, and he obviously likes playing against Van Schie. The thing is, he can't play him again because it looks like Steve's got a chance of qualifying. As for Jimmy, it looks like his chances have been dashed. He'll have to win every game from here and hope that things go his way. When we come back, it will be the start of round number 2, and it's O'Shea against Brooks. A really interesting game.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth Place, which Luke Littler made his own in 2023, picking up 2 Champions Week titles. And Champions Week is around the corner. The action kicks off Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. John O'Shea will be hoping to be a part of that pack, and he is the top dog as far as Group C is concerned. 10 points to his name. He takes on Bradley Brooks, who's looking to move his way on to 6, and if he can do so, will keep himself in the mix for one of those top 2 spots. In the commentary box for this one, Matthew Edgar alongside Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, Bradley Brooks has got to keep on pushing here. And he's got to stop John O'Shea from
First
getting
leg,
to
it's
12
John to throw
points.
first.
That's not
Game on.
his biggest goal here, though. He's not trying to stop John O'Shea from doing anything, really. It's all about what Bradley gets from this. There is a sidebar
140.
to what Bradley does if he wins. He will stop John O'Shea from getting to 12, but we've spoken already today, Matthew Edgar and I, that maybe Bradley's
43.
best route to getting that second spot is allowing John O'Shea to win every game that he plays today, but this one.
When you say what Bradley can get from this
96.
game, there's one thing he can get, and that's hope. Because if he doesn't get a victory here, I think that hope is completely gone. He'll only be able to reach 10 points, and 10 points is never
133.
enough in a Group C.
I'd have to agree. What's got to be better today from Brad
105.
is the performance level against John. Yesterday, it was not a good game. It really didn't live up to the billing. Both averaged in the mid-70s.
80.
O'Shea won it in 6
require
legs.
160.
Had a couple of maximums in that game, but they both came from Brooks. They were fruitless maximums.
80.
As it stands, leg difference-wise, Brooks is on -5. John O'Shea's on +12.
80.
They are
John, you
poles
require
apart in that
80.
category.
Pulls apart in the scoreboard as well. That bounce out from Bradley Brooks with the last start means he does not get a shot at a finish. So John O'Shea
Game shot on
would
the
have had
first
6
leg.
starts if he
John
needs them,
O'Shea.
but he doesn't.
Starting games well today, isn't he? Perfect start
Second
there.
leg, it's Bradley to
In
throw
15
first.
darts, he did exactly the
Game
same against Neil Mania in his first match today. He was 3 from 3 in doubles. His first 3 legs. Had a bit of a stutter, but then got the
134.
job done. If you let John O'Shea off the leash a bit,
100.
he can really play. But there's this big metallic-like leash around the neck of Bradley at the minute, and he's trying to break free from it. He will not be free from it
126.
unless he wins all of his games today. Of that, have no doubt at all.
95.
But maybe the mentality of him coming into today can be one of, if I qualify, great. If I don't, it gives me information as to where I'm at right now at the start of the next chapter of my career. He's never been here before. He's been a Pro Tour player since he was a kid.
83.
He's been a Q School yo-yo for years. This is just a stumble for Brad, I think. I think he'll learn this year at an alarming rate
136.
and bounce back
Bradley require 158.
next year.
I was talking about players that come off the tour and how the world of darts has changed
94.
again. Bradley Brooks fits
John, you
into that
require
category
170.
of he's come off the tour now, and things like the Super Series, this didn't exist when he first went onto the tour. So he's come off the tour into a whole
25.
new world of darts
Bradley
and a
require
whole new
64.
presentation of the sport.
2 tidy singles, leave the double.
48.
Double 16.
John, you require
He has spent a lot of
145.
time on over the last couple of sessions. But he's coming back for the sister double.
65. Bradley, you require 16.
It did pay dividends in his previous game. Well, there's nothing in the way, Brad.
8.
He's having such
John, you
a
require
trial
80.
in that corner, isn't he?
Getting frustrated as well. He knows the urgency of the situation.
60.
But John O'Shea missing a couple
Bradley
of darts there to break the
8.
throw, giving Bradley Brooks another opportunity to keep himself, not just in this match, but in this group.
He's going to go right side for this shot. Oh,
Shot on the second leg.
he's just
Bradley
collecting
Brooks.
hard double shots today. I make that 3.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what his process is going to be over the next few months, but obviously we spoke about his new manufacturing deal, which
100.
starts, I think it started yesterday, but it was announced this morning. I don't know whether he's got new darts coming, whether he's going to go for a new point, flight, stem combination.
108.
So maybe we don't judge Bradley Brooks from now. We judge him maybe around the summer when everything seems to knit together.
140.
It's his responsibility to get the equipment right with his manufacturer and for him to get himself right.
57.
He can look at other players and be inspired. You'll know a fair bit about Luke Littler. He knows a lot about
93.
Nathan Aspinall, both who played in Berlin last night at the incredible Premier League at the Mercedes-Benz Arena in the capital of Germany. He should be inspired by what they're doing.
120.
This is bad news.
128.
It's just brilliant from John O'Shea.
Bradley require 144.
Double left after 12.
$77. John, you require 40.
He left tops. He hits
Gets it on
tens.
a third leg.
A
John
15
O'Shea.
dart leg once again from the Joker gives him the lead after another hold of throw.
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Starting to feel as if John's participation in Saturday is a matter of when and not if.
38.
Put him up against Bradley Brooks here. This is a very fair contest. Maybe a 55% game for O'Shea to Bradley
100.
Brooks 45 because John has the darts. But he's got Jimmy Van Schie in game number 7. He's got Steve Hine in game 11. We know that's going to be tough.
140.
He's got Ola Holtkamp in game 15. Will he need that to qualify, do you think, Matt? Or will it be done by then?
80.
I don't know when this is going to be done, to be honest. This is going to be an absolutely minefield of a group. And it's ironic because the two players I thought would finish in the top 2 are in the top 2.
177.
They're the players that I've said at the start of this show I think will end in the top 2. But yet, I'm still very doubtful of how it's all going to unfold.
97.
I think
Bradley require 146.
that could be the destination, but it's going to be a bumpy ride to get there.
59.
We don't like smooth roads here in Portsmouth. We like a bumpy ride. It's more entertaining.
60.
87
Bradley
for Brooks.
require 87.
He could have another 15 dart leg here. Well, he's caught between the layup and the shot here. Do you want to go 20 ball? Do you want to go for the treble here and think that maybe John O'Shea is not going to take 164? I like the treble here.
I would do as well. I would be playing the gamble. Maybe took a little bit
55.
too long to make the
John, you
decision, just
require
losing that sort of rhythm.
164.
Well, here comes the other side of the gamble. Brad doesn't have to think about it now because the shot is not going to go. But what he has left
98.
is that corner again.
Bradley require 32.
Been a bit troublesome here when he hits the outer wire. That one's okay.
No score.
Well, another 3
John, you
misses for
require
Bradley Brooks,
66.
and I think the story may be right in itself in regards to Bradley Brooks. It's all about those missed opportunities.
Game shot on a 4 flag. John
And the
O'Shea.
punishment is applied from John O'Shea, who is now just a leg away from pretty much sealing the fate
Fifth flag.
of Bradley
It's
Brooks
to
in
throw
this group.
first.
That really was
Game
hurtful.
on. It's John to throw first.
Not just
on.
because John O'Shea hit that 66 with an evil smile. He hit it in the bottom left corner as well. It wasn't anywhere near the middle, but it was still good enough.
93.
You do have to be somewhat relentless and unsympathetic as a dart player. You can't think, well, you know what, he's played decent stuff in this game as we get a hat stand there
120.
from Double B. You've got to care about yourself. You've got to be selfish in this game.
57.
There's nobody else going to help you up there.
Solo sports, you tend to have that a bit of a streak about you, don't you? And to be at the very, very elite of it, you almost have to have that,
59.
dare I say, ignorance to situations.
I think that is an underused word.
85.
I think you've got to be ignorant to other people's pain.
You've almost got to enjoy it.
Makes us kind of sadistic.
100.
You've got to put people in their place. You've got to think, this is my game to win, it's not yours. Tennis players in singles competition will feel that. Boxers will
136.
definitely feel that. You've got to be okay with punching people in the face. This is the game where you can deny
96.
extra notes in
Don't you
people's
require
wallets.
130.
Beautiful dart. Bullseye. John
Game shot
O'Shea
and the match.
with a brilliant
John O'Shea.
performance. He did get opportunities that maybe he didn't warrant, but he does the double over Bradley Brooks over the second round of action today, where we've just seen our first game from that round. He was really, really good once again. 50% on the doubles, like he was in his first game today against Neil Mania. He's going to take some stopping, but Matthew Edgar and I, sitting here in the commentary box, we think he's not going to be stopped. He's on 12 points and very close to qualification already. When we come back, Ole Holtkamp of Germany still has a chance of qualifying, but against Jimmy Van Schie, it's got to happen, and it's got to happen now.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John O'Shea is edging closer and closer to tomorrow night's final. Before the break, beating Bradley Brooks by 4-1, doing so a 92.04 average and a 130 checkout en route to success. Next up for us, Ollie Holtkamp on 6 points, 2 behind Steve Hine in second position in the table. He takes on Jimmy Van Schie in this ADC European clash. Big game for the pair, particularly for Ollie Holtkamp. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar is alongside Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks, Henry. Game number 5 coming in now, as Germany will now take on the Netherlands. And 2 people here who can still qualify, but it looks like it's only second position in the table that is up for grabs. Holtkamp starts this
First
game
leg,
on 6
it's
points.
Ollie to throw first. Game on.
He lost the opening game of the day against Bradley Brooks, and that was costly. Because it looks like Brooks has maybe left himself with a bit too much to do now. 3 games to go, and all he can do is get to 10 points now.
59.
Holtkamp with 4 games to go. He can still get to 14. Jimmy Van Schie on 4 points starting this
85.
one. Can still get to 12. But we are at the point now, Matt, where people have to be perfect. Otherwise, we're going to be cutting them adrift.
This really is the last chance for
96.
Jimmy Van Schie to keep it in his own hands. After that, it'd have to be everything go his own way, and then only leg difference could see him get over the line. So a big
100.
game here for the big man.
I had the pleasure of having a few words with Ollie Holtkamp this morning.
100.
And he's had the pleasure of planting 3 triple 20s right there. After watching him play yesterday, I didn't realise how tall he is. Put him next to Jimmy, though, and he looks, well, not tall. Every now and again, the former German national champion just goes through a bit of a hot spell.
121.
And this is a hot start. If he wins against Jimmy, he will go to 8 points, level
56.
with Steve Hine,
Ollie, you require 45.
albeit behind on leg difference, with Hine still to play Minia next in this second round. That
shot on
is
the
a
first
15-dart
leg,
start
Ollie
for Ollie
Holtkamp.
Holtkamp. Everything that Jimmy touches in this group is not turning to gold.
Second leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
It was a struggle at the start, really, from Jimmy. Got off to 3 defeats, but those first couple of games, both 4-3. He went
60.
right to the wire, just one deciding leg. Ended up being the costing factor. He did win his last couple of games yesterday, giving him some hope,
57.
but that hope could be extinguished here by Holtkamp.
Are you still sticking with Hine and O'Shea to get through at this stage?
Yeah, I am at the moment.
I'm going to ask you that
57.
intermittently throughout the session until it is so that we can guarantee 2 combatants into Saturday alongside Sebastian Białecki.
45.
We are sometimes made fun of, us analysts, when it comes to how stubborn we can be, but we are very firm in our belief
96.
sometimes that we think we know from the off who's going to do it, and if the players prove us right, we stand by them. There are still possibilities for people to make it through this group,
57.
but they're going to have to do something that they haven't done before here this week, which is have a streak of maybe 3 or 4 games in a row. Whereas John O'Shea has already done that.
52.
He's now on a streak of how many games? 6.
Yeah, only lost his opening fixture. That one was 4-2. Ever since,
140.
he's been unbeatable, untouchable here. Whether he plays his best, whether he plays his B or plays his C, seems to always be enough to get John O'Shea over the line and get him the points.
140.
But Jimmy Van Schie digging deep here. He'll know the situation. You can tell by the reactions of when he loses legs, how it sort of wears all over his face and his exterior. that he knows what he is up against here.
97. Jimmy, you require 96.
Treble 20 always the target here. Or should I say, for the majority of people. That's a
Game set on the
96
second
checkout.
leg, Jimmy
And just to
Van Schie.
explain myself, I'd say 99.9999%
Third
of
leg,
dart
it's Ollie
players
to
around the
throw
world
first.
in the last 50 years
Game on.
will go treble 20 first on 96. Who's the one player that everybody can think of from our generation who might not?
59.
Jose.
Eric Claris from Belgium. Shanghai 16s. He's done it before.
44.
I mean, maybe he just wants to get his money's worth and use all 3 darts rather than potentially using 2.
Have you ever met Eric?
I haven't, no.
Oh,
but
wonderful chap.
very aware of his work.
95.
He works for Belgian TV these days, does a fabulous job. But watching him play darts in the 90s, it was guesswork. Where's he going to go?
97.
We don't know. Just see where the darts land. And he always got the numbers right.
Would you say he's like one of the pioneers of the board mastery? Because I remember
39.
watching him before in the World Championships and people talking about how he's like overcomplicating the situation. Now, some of the stuff he did is just the norm.
Well, let me put it into some sort of perspective. There are things that we will say during this
100.
broadcast, and we will have an opinion about someone's viewpoint of a shot. We will say, we don't like that. We can say, that is wrong or right.
59.
That's our opinion. But if you liken Eric Claris to Bubba Watson in golf, or Brian Lara in cricket, they just play the game their way.
100.
They all said Brian Lara, with that high backlift of the bat, well, he can't possibly be good. He can't have control of the bat that way. He's the best batsman of all time.
140.
Maybe with the exception of Sachin Tendulkar.
Jimmy require
But
160.
sometimes unorthodox methods can yield great results.
Absolutely. I remember watching the golf once and there was this guy who had a very unorthodox swing and he
100.
could hit it for
Ollie, you
miles.
require 109.
I think that's Bubba Watson.
No, it's Happy Gilmore.
Double 16 for Ola.
77.
Not happy.
Jimmy, you require 60.
Are we starting to see the pressure from these players who are saying they're having fun or trying to have fun, but they do want to make Saturday? Don't even question that.
$20.
Double
Ollie, you
16
require
again,
52.
this time with 3 darts. Now, do my eyes deceive me? Or did I just see Ola
Game shot on
Holtkamp
the third
hit double
leg,
16
Ollie Holtkamp.
with his little finger on the point as part of that grip?
Fourth
I'm going
leg.
to put you on the
it's Jimmy
spot
to
here,
throw
Matt.
first.
Let's have a look at this
Game on.
grip from Holtkamp when he approaches the oche. Has he got every single finger on that dart? You can see that
97.
Jimmy Van Schie's got a 3-point grip, so it's thumb, index finger, and middle finger. The small finger is on the point.
It does look that way, absolutely.
95.
And I don't believe he's got a nickname, does he, at the minute?
He might have a song.
Because I can think of a good nickname for him.
95.
The floor is yours.
The Kit Kat. It's got 4 fingers.
$42.
I didn't know where you were going to go with that. That's me puzzled. Now, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. We do have
99.
chocolate flavoured nicknames in darts. We've got Double Decker.
We've got the Muffin Man in this group. Only in darts could you have the Kit Kat versus the
81.
Muffin Man.
And you've got the Dutch Sequoia. I Can't think of another tree
56.
emblazoned nickname. I'll have to get my thinking cap on. I'm sure there's one out there. There's a lot of weather-related nicknames. Hurricanes and cyclones. There's a fair few snakes as well. The asp, snakebite,
99.
cobras.
Jimmy, you require 154.
They've even got animals associated with shots. Both big and small fishes.
58.
We've got that 96 left again. Another way of getting that is single 20 and two double 19s. Or indeed another way with a double-double. Is Jimmy going to need that?
Does appear that this time it's going to be under a lot more stress and duress.
100.
Ollie Holtkamp
Jimmy,
now within
require
striking
96.
distance. But he gets 2 darts this time. At the double.
Game shot on a
again,
fourth
a
leg.
96
Jimmy Van
finish for
Schie.
Jimmy Van Schie. Levels is up, but he's got to find a breaker throw somewhere.
Fifth leg, it's Ollie to
The
throw first.
96ers have just
Game
been
on.
in order of him holding his throat, and he doesn't have many more opportunities left.
Well, Jimmy wins this game in the next possibly 3 legs.
134.
That will be a glorious result for Steve Hine. Because that would stop Holtkamp from getting to 8 points. Hine would have a game in hand against Neil Menier next with
58.
a 2-point cushion. And he wins that game. He's created a 4-point cushion between the top 2 and the next 4.
I think the next sort of 45 minutes or so, we're going to really see things unfold
59.
now in this Group C and start to get some answers in regards to the destinations of certain players.
Now, speaking of destinations, looking at social media this morning, an interesting
45.
release from ADC Europe. And it was ADC Europe that gave us these 2 players, so this is the right time to talk about this. Something new is going to be happening in Germany
44.
called the Deutsche Darts Tour for all players from the age of 16 years of age who don't have a PDC Tour card and have the
85.
German, Liechtenstein or Swiss nationality. They can play one of 4 weekends, actually 4 different days, I do beg your
29.
pardon. We've got the 30th and 31st of March and the 19th and 20th of October in some places that have a lot of words. I've been practicing Schützenbruderschaft, Stockholm. That's the first one. And Hubert Uschala for the Deutsche Darts Tour.
97.
Thousands of euros up for grabs, and the top 8 from the ranking table will qualify for the MODUS Super Series. So what we're starting to see, Matt, are more
100.
avenues for people in continental Europe to get here to Portsmouth. Really good to see.
Which is just going to continue to see the standard rise here and allow us to see plenty more new faces here at the Super Series as well. There is
100.
so much talent
Ollie, you
out
require
there in the world of darts,
135.
and this gives them all a platform to showcase their skills.
No shot at bull to finish the leg.
70.
Jimmy is
you
hoping to
require
get a shot at either tops
116.
or double 18 here. If he's on double 16, I don't know what he's going to hit. But it is double 18.
80.
Jimmy does not hit it this time to take the lead. Ola,
Ollie, you require
65 away from a 3-2 advantage. Got to go 15 bull.
32.
Another dart on the floor. It cost him big time this time.
That last dart from Jimmy,
Jimmy
he almost felt like
require
Richie
36.
Bennett. His whole body went into the action, the leg coming up off the floor,
Game
but
shot on
that
the
time
fifth
much
leg,
more
Jimmy Van
composed,
Schie.
much more collected, and gets himself now in a position. He's got the breaker throw he needed. And this is a
Sixth leg, it's
result
Jimmy to throw
that wouldn't
first.
just only put
Game
Jimmy
on.
Van Ski back into this possibility, but it'd also be something that Steve Hine would probably welcome, because it gives him the
96.
opportunity to pull himself 4 points clear when he takes on Neil Mania in our next game.
96.
Did you, when watching Ole Holtkamp's interview earlier, did you believe that he was just here to have fun and to
60.
learn?
Nope. I think a lot of people will say that, but then the second you get up on that stage, that competitor inside of you just, it doesn't allow you to have fun, because you want to win,
100.
the will to win. And they're both throwing their bodies into these shots. They are very aware of what is on the line here and how important this fixture could be to their possibility of getting through to Saturday.
140.
Oh, forget about dancing on ice. Right now it's dancing on the hockey from these two. This may well be the last game they play
60.
this week. It is their 5th meeting. But with all realism in front of us, with numbers and possibilities, I don't think these two are going to play again this week.
59.
They're both not going to qualify. John O'Shea for me is almost there. So savour this one, guys. I don't think they're going to be playing each other in this
57.
arena anytime soon.
Jimmy, you
They
require
might not be playing each other for much
146.
longer either. Jimmy Van Ski, 6 starts here to get the job done, to get the points that he's going to need to keep his opportunity alive.
He's going to stay a little bit stubborn on the 60.
60.
With those 2 darts in the way, there was no reason why he shouldn't have gone for the treble 18. Not in my book. However, Holtkamp's race could be very close to being run if he does not get a bit of a favour from Jimmy from the 86. He's already taken 96 out
96.
in 2 in this game.
Jimmy, you require 86.
What he would give to have 86 in 2 right here to get his first win of the day. There's the first part. Part 2,
54.
incomplete.
Ollie, you require 92.
To keep the game alive, to keep the destiny in his own hands in regards to qualification. He needs to find the treble, doesn't find the correct treble, and he's in big, big danger now of having to rely on other results rather than keeping it in his own hands.
Not quite sure what he's got left. He's been caught in the crossfire here of a couple of misses.
44.
And
Jimmy,
Jimmy's
you
got
require
double 16
32.
to get himself to 6 points alongside Ola.
Game shot.
That's what
and the
happens.
match, Jimmy Van
And
Ski.
he does the double over Ole Hodkamp in this group. And that is a huge result for Steve Hine, because he's on 8 points and he sees multiple players behind him, and he now has a game in hand that he will play against Neil Mania in Game 6. And if he wins that, that gap is going to double. Let's go to that game after the break, shall we? Bring on the Muffin Man once again.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And the ticketing news I can give to you is that there are still tickets available for Champions Night. That's next Saturday evening, 7:30 start here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We can confirm Andy Bolton, Wayne Jones, Tom Sykes, Chaz Barstow, Cam Crabtree, Reece Colley, Darren Webster, Ron Muhlenkamp, Gary Stone and Ryan Harrington in the field. Will confirm the final few identities after tomorrow night's final. Jimmy Van Schie may have halted Ollie Holtkamp's chance of progressing through to that particular night. It's advantage Steve Hine in that race, one of those top two spots. He takes on Neil Manier in our sixth game of the day. And watching this one down in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Well, that was the ticketing news for you. The news in the Group C table is good news for Steve Hine. Because not only is he already in a qualification
First leg,
spot,
it's Neil to throw
but he
first.
has a superior leg
Game
difference than that of everybody who is behind him chasing him. But if he wins his game in hand against this guy, Neil, the news is going to improve. However, in order to win a game like this,
100.
you've got to continue to play well. You don't just turn up, grab 2 points, and walk away.
60.
We don't give wins away, you've got to grasp them. But if the Muffin Man plays the way he did in his first game today, he's got a fabulous chance of walking away with 2 more points.
140.
Not just his first game, but the way he's been playing throughout this campaign, he's always been sort of top of the
44.
average list in terms of second on Tuesday, second on Wednesday. He was actually top yesterday in regards to the running averages of all the players. He has been producing some very, very good darts, but
85.
now he's got to turn those into results, and it's in his hands now. He's in a very, very strong position.
41.
The results have worked out well for him. He could go 4 points clear, but this is where he's got to keep it together and just continue with that line of performance.
100.
Not that it's a worry at this stage, but Neil has started very buoyantly.
42.
Steve has not.
Neil, you require 76.
However, not having the darts means that you do have a bit of a freebie in leg 1. 58 left. Confirmed by referee Jack Garwood.
19.
And another miss at a single. Means that Neil is going to have to burn a dart before he gets to the outer ring.
140. Neil, you require 57.
Gets it this time. And has missed the segment altogether there.
25.
Fortunately for him, it shouldn't cost him too much, because Hine has only just started to kick into gear
68.
after 4 visits.
Neil, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg, Neil Manier.
Yeah, that was a pretty good start from Neil, wasn't it? 19 darts, takes the first leg.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw
Now
first.
this is where Steve has to
Game
kick
on.
in, because if he doesn't and Neil gets the jump, then we start to question whether that 4-point gap will be created.
100.
And we can't forget as well, because we have talked an awful lot about the likelihood of Steve getting to 10 points and only 2 points behind the group leader, John O'Shea. What if Neil wins?
100.
What if he gets to 6 points and keeps Steve Hine at 8?
100.
That means that everybody's still in it. Brooks, Manier, Van Schie, Holtkamp and Hine will be separated by 4 points with 3 rounds to go.
100.
Anything could happen then.
It could all get a little bit messy if Steve Hines not able to get the job
140.
done here.
I wonder what the messiest job is that Steve Hines done in a bakery. You ever seen cinder toffee made? You know that stuff that they put in a
59.
crunchy?
Steve,
It's
you
really,
require
really hot.
161.
Imagine dropping that on the floor and having to clear that up. I can imagine that being a messy job.
137.
But this leg is anything but messy. About as pristine as a freshly made panettone.
140. Steve, you require 24.
Double 12. After 12.
Game shot on a
What a
second
muffin,
leg.
man.
Steve Hines.
And that is some recovery after that sloppy first leg. Just able to brush that aside and come back with a 13
Third
dart
leg,
up.
it's Neil to throw first.
But it
Game
can
on.
sometimes feel a bit bittersweet, can't it? Because in this short format, when you put that big leg in, if you could choose where to do it, you'd rather do it against the darts.
100.
By the way, we had a conversation with Steve this morning about the noise that the muffin would make from the back of his shirt, and he
84.
confirmed it was your selection, wasn't it?
That the big happy muffin you'll see on the back of the shirt, the noise I pitched would be a noise that Steve would do very regular, that he's probably thinking at the point of hitting that double 12, which was
140.
woohoo!
Wasn't a big fan of my Roland Rat impression, obviously. But what I am a
100.
big fan of is the fact that the muffin's got shoes on.
And socks.
You can't have shoes without socks. Well, you can, but it would hurt.
57.
Just goes to show the fine details that go into dart shirt design. Can I have a muffin
43.
with socks and shoes on?
Remember when he had those muffin trousers at the Players' Championships?
Yes, I remember the muffin trousers. How could we ever forget?
There was probably the most budget pair of trousers you've ever seen. It looks like he just went on
100.
Google, searched up muffin images, and sewn them to his trousers.
That is a brilliant close-up of that shirt. It reminds me of that
99.
old school
Neil, you
thing you'd get
require
at the cinema.
104.
You know, when the things are dancing across the screen. Let's all go to the movies and get ourselves a treat. Do you remember that? Maybe you didn't go as much as I did when I was a kid.
$48.
I'm not sure Neil Meneer's got a darting nickname. He plays the game in a somewhat old school fashion.
137.
No nonsense.
Neil, you
And
require
that's what
56.
this visit has to be. He was adorned in yellow and black yesterday. He's gone for the black and white today. Very much like a certain rugby team
46.
from Exeter.
Steve, you require 38.
But Hine gets a chance for the break.
Game shot on the third
And he
leg.
does not mess
Steve
around.
Hines.
That's a 2-1 lead. It's not the same level that we saw in the first round from him. This is a reduction
Fourth
of about
leg,
9
it's Steve
points.
to throw
But
first.
all he's got to do is beat the person in front
Game
of him.
on.
He doesn't have to beat Jimmy Van Schie again with a 96 average. He's just got to hold from here now.
I think that's what some people
59.
go up there and get wrong, isn't it? They go up there and forget that all they've got to do is win that game of darts, beat that player in front of you. You don't have to be going up there every single time to try and break the
100.
venue record currently held by Darryl Pilgrim.
It's the mentality of playing that game, beat the score, isn't it? You can get amongst
60.
friends this weekend, or possibly tonight when you're watching the MODUS Super Series Group B action. Have a game of beat the score. It's remarkably simple. Somebody throws a score, let's say it's 60. You go up next, you've got to beat 60. Then the next person's got to beat the
100.
score that they hit.
Steve's last score was 60.
At the World Championship recently, I was given the great opportunity of playing against some of the fans in the fans' village. Just going to change the scores to make them correct. Everything's good now. But when I was playing against the fans, they had 3 darts. Then I had to beat their score.
100.
The thing that proves the point here is that on 4 occasions, someone scored 3. So what did I do? I scored
81.
4. I didn't go and try and hit a 180. I didn't try for 3 bullseyes. I just said, right, I'm going to make this a bit fun here.
140.
So I scored 4 points. Mission accomplished. Showing that you don't need brilliance all the time. You just need to beat the person who you're up against.
$140. Steve, you require 142.
That won't go. And this may be a bit of a mess here
24.
from Steve Hine.
Neil, you require 80.
Offering Neil the opportunity. Are we starting to see maybe Steve Hine become aware of the situation? Aware that Saturday night is within touching distance.
60. Steve, you require
When they
180.
played yesterday, Hine won 4-1. What he would get for that again? 48 bulls, surely. Very nearly got a shot at the middle. You can see that when he covers that bed just over the top of that 60,
50.
he doesn't back himself to try and sneak
Neil,
it
you
underneath.
require
It's
20.
an almost impossible dart for him. That is a wonderful guide for 10s. It's just got better,
No score.
but not close enough.
Steve, you require 68.
Big opportunity, and an opportunity he probably didn't expect to be getting.
Just creating a better angle.
60.
Can't get there.
Neil, you
It's a
require
bit
20.
scrappy. Manier for 2-2 and a break back. Double 5.
Game shot on a fourth
dagger to the
leg.
heart of
Neil
Hine.
Manier.
Who now has to win a best of 3 contest from here. And he has to do so against the throw.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Well, he had opportunities there, did Steve Hine. 21 darts to hold his throat.
89.
You can't expect to be coming back to the board for that 8th visit. So he's going to have to come back with some quality.
140.
Quality he finds.
Sometimes you find that when something disappointing happens in a leg, you just take your anger out on the trebles. If you've got that ability
42.
to bounce back very quickly, it makes you very hard to beat.
Do you also notice as well sometimes when you feel like you've done something wrong like that and you feel like
121.
the easy road of the situation has gone, that actually also takes away kind of the nerves, because it's not something you'd sit back and plan for. You think, well, I'll break the throw, give the throw back, and then we'll
46.
kick in. So when it gets to that point, it's almost like there is no plan. It's like, let's just live in the moment.
180.
Live in that moment, Steve. Look at the gap he's created here. 200 and a lot. It's actually 264 points.
100.
Just pulling your leg.
Steve, you require 60.
Single 20 for tops. Well. Not the first time we've seen
28.
that dart today, but the first time from Steve.
You just get the vibe. He's getting a little bit edgy here, the Muffin Man. With that in mind, he doesn't want drama here. He wants to get
43.
this double first
Steve,
start
you
in
require
hand and
32.
not go through the ringer. He's got 6 if he needs them.
16.
2 visits it will have to be. And you brought up a great point yesterday, Matt, about the fact that nobody out of this group has made a Saturday night before. So they don't know how it can be done through
59.
experience.
Steve, you require 16.
They are learning on the fly. Does this fly in?
Game shot
It
on
does
the
with
fifth
dart
leg.
number 6.
Steve Hine.
3-2 it is. The break he required, he has found, but now he must
Sixth
accompany
leg,
that
it's Steve to
with a
throw
hold.
first.
If he does
Game on.
find himself broken once again, he will have to re-break to get 2 valuable points.
If you are getting
92.
edgy, finding it last start in hand after having a couple of handfuls doesn't help, because you almost feel more relief than joy in that situation. But he just needs
60.
to hold it together here for 12 to 15 darts. And he will be a strong favourite
58.
to get into Saturday night. And the little indication there for Steve that he feels like maybe he's not releasing the darts right. He's not propelling the dart. Just a sign of tension in the arm.
125.
There's an awful lot of darts happening over the weekend. We've got the Week 12 finals here in Portsmouth. The Quebec Open's taking place in
83.
Canada. WDF action in Hungary at the Lakatalek Darts Masters. And the Darts Classic there. Good luck to everybody taking part. And there's DPA action over in Barrack Heights in Australia as the Dart Players Australia season gets
134.
underway. We've had some communications this morning from our friends over in Oz, particularly from a good pal of mine who used to play darts
140.
for the DP Australian team, Daniel Sim, all the way from Wagga Wagga. Hope you're well, Daniel.
Well, this 128 for Steve is going to be under even more
100.
pressure.
Steve,
Not
you
just the
require
pressure that he'll be feeling
128.
for his own story, but in regards to the match.
Interesting.
Game shot. of the
Wow,
match.
I've not seen a
Steve Hart.
128 like that before, but he did it on purpose and he did it brilliantly. Well, 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 I'm going to get my head around that. But the Muffin now has to get his head around the fact that he's got a 4-point cushion between second and third position in this table. He has just taken one big stride towards his first Saturday night here in Portsmouth, and everybody chasing has got a huge problem because it's O'Shea and Hine in the top two with double digits. Everybody else at least 4 points back. When we come back, it's going to be Jimmy Van Schie after a short break taking on the table topper at this time, John O'Shea.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds of fixtures for our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw Steve Hine complete a 4-2 victory with a 1-2-8 checkout. Him and John O'Shea, the 2 perennial players at the top of the table. Well, let's show you what we have seen then so far today from our 6 matches that have already been completed. It was a good start for Bradley Brooks, being Ollie Holtkamp by 4 legs to 2. As far as the German's concerned, it couldn't have gone any worse for him. He was in the mix going into today's play, but he's lost both of his matches and now sees himself out of touch. Meanwhile, elsewhere, things have gone swimmingly well as far as Steve Hine is concerned. He's won both of his fixtures, as has John O'Shea, and it does look like things really are beginning to turn in the favour of John O'Shea, who has been the player of the day so far, a bit like he was yesterday. He's hit the big finish of the day so far, the 130, got this to complete the 4-1 success against Bradley Brooks, averaged 92.04 in that match. He also raced into a 3-0 lead against Neil Minir, so he really has been the dominant force of the day so far. Has the Joker, who looks as if he's going to be heading in towards the pack for tomorrow night's final, because if you have a look at the table now, he's put himself in a very strong position, a commanding suit, 12 points to his name, 6 clear of Jimmy Van Schie and Ollie Holtkamp, 6 points clear with only 6 points left to play for, and with there being a 16-leg gap between O'Shea and Van Schie, he is edging ever closer towards that finals night spot. Steve Hine also in a very good suit as well. Now, he's moved himself 4 points clear of that particular pack. And next up, we are going to see John O'Shea in action. He takes on Jimmy Van Schie. It is our 7th game of the morning session, and watching this one down in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson. Hi, guys.
Thank you very much. Jimmy is cut adrift. He is on half the points that John O'Shea has. If he wins his remaining 3 matches, you never know. He might just pip Steve Hine to the post, but it does look very likely at this point, with a 4-point cushion between the top 2 and the next 4, that the Joker and the Muffin Man may be joining Bolt Białecki in Saturday night. The story and the script is in front of us right now. It's just whether these players follow it.
I'm sure the players in the chasing pack
First leg,
want
it's
to
Jimmy to throw first.
completely
Game on.
disturb the plan and the script. Just like it's all been disturbed over in America last
85.
night when The Rock slapped Cody Rhodes in the face.
$96.
Yeah, I think the road to WrestleMania takes a little bit longer than it used to, right?
Well, could be many roads at the minute, couldn't it? It's more like the Spaghetti Junction at the minute.
57.
Would you like to know what happened on this darting day?
Oh, I like that feature, yeah.
You like that feature?
Yeah.
Okay.
57.
I can tell you that something very important in the history of this sport happened on this day in 1980. Can you guess what it is?
59.
I'll give you a few seconds. Your mind might be whirring right now. What happened on this day 44 years ago?
125.
It was that game that saw Eric Bristow become a one-time world champion, beating Bobby George in one of
78.
the elite atmospheres in the early days of world darts. 5 sets to 3 for the late Bristow.
137.
There's been an awful lot happened since then, including many 9 darters on this day. We've seen
58.
2 from Phil Taylor,
Johnny Require, 86.
1 from the likes of Dave Pallett, Peter Jakes, Nathan Aspinall, Scott Baker and Keegan Brown have all got 9 darters on this day in their careers.
70.
O'Shea doing what he wants at the
Jimmy
minute.
Require,
He's just playing with
164.
more quality than anybody in this group.
More consistency as well, isn't
89.
it, for
John, you require 16.
John O'Shea, and certainly on the finishers, been very, very strong today, running at 50%.
Shot on the first
Continues
leg,
at
John O'Shea.
50%, 1 in 2. John O'Shea is motoring towards a place in Saturday night.
Second leg,
Victory
it's John
here
to throw first.
will
Game
guarantee
on.
that he is the second man through, joining Sebastian Bieletsky.
100.
Yeah, plenty of other things happened on this darting day as well, including back in 2014,
140.
Ross Montgomery, who you will see tonight in Group A action, lost in a World Trophy final to James Wilson.
45.
James Wilson was here a couple of weeks ago and made the semi-finals of week number 10. Considering what's happened to some of the weekly winners in this series, James Wilson might be kicking himself at home thinking, why didn't I make the final? If I had, regardless of whether I'd won the final, I probably would have been coming back for the finals week next week.
58. $180.
Always makes me laugh when I see him right next to the dartboard and just how much he towers over the tops.
123.
We had somebody here
Jimmy
in this series called
61.
Dom the Tower Taylor. He's tall, but not as tall as this lad.
Game shot on a
That's a
second leg,
wonderful
Jimmy
11 dart
Vansky.
leg from Jimmy. Just going to show that he does have that quality in the locker, but has he found it enough
Third
this
leg,
week?
it's Jimmy to throw
I think
first.
it's fair to say no.
Game on.
He is on a journey which
60.
has probably been a little bit accelerated due to the fact that he picked up that title in Romania. It's probably changed his goals. He probably
41.
thought, I'll just go to a couple of the WDF events.
And when you won your first WDF
45.
title in Iceland last year, that changed your journey, didn't it?
Absolutely, I can vouch for it from that sort of journey. You go to an event and that was it. That was all I was doing. I was just going to that one event.
60.
And it was mostly because the missus wanted the holiday out there. So I was like, well, go when the darts is on. I'll play the darts. I'll see how I get on. I haven't played darts for 6 months. Ended up winning the title. And it's like,
59.
well, now I've got a ticket to the Masters whenever that rolls around. So I thought, oh, maybe I'll have to do a couple of other events. And
57.
went and won another one and got to a final and got to another final. And it's like, oh, I'm in now. I'm too deep. And I feel like because Jimmy's won a silver ranked event,
60.
he'll probably feel like he's maybe in too deep to just dabble in and out when he wants. He's probably going to feel like he's going to have to commit to a little bit of travelling along the way.
123.
That puts John a maximum away from a double to win this third leg. But I think you're right. When you win that first ranking title, it does change things.
137.
It's over 16 years since I won my first ranking title in the Australian system. And after I won that, because I was like you, I went to the Australian singles in Unanderra in
60.
2007 just thinking, I want to go to this one
Jimmy,
event.
you require
Winning it
140.
changed my life. If I didn't go to that tournament, there's no reason for me to be sitting here right now.
100. John, you require 160.
This is not going to go, and Jimmy is finding himself in a position to peg the Joker back.
60. Jimmy, you require 40. Game
That
shot
is
on
a
the
2-1
third
lead
leg,
for
Jimmy
Jimmy.
Vansky.
He got 2 legs off John yesterday. Is he going to get more today? And the fact remains
Fourth leg, it's John.
that John
to
is
throw
not playing at
first.
the same level
Game on.
as he did against Jimmy yesterday, because he's about 16 points below what he did against the tall Dutchman.
121.
And Jimmy's output is a good 5 points ahead of what he did yesterday. Hence why we've got this scoreline.
60.
It's a lovely angle to see what
135.
John sees. When he sees that first dart going in, he can attack it and try and nestle it in just like that.
140.
And that's something that Scott Taylor was talking about in the early hours of this morning. He was getting his first start right, and failing all else, he was just throwing at that dart and throwing it very hard.
85.
And quicker as well, just like Jimmy Van Skee did with that last one. When you got it in there, you can just throw the other ones almost with a little bit more rhythm.
97. John, you require
that expectancy.
160.
Second crack at a 160 in this match. Both of them have not come
41.
to fruition. That one is worse than the last attempt.
That one may be an opportunity as well now for Jimmy. I've never met a player who said they've liked the 119 finish.
John, you require
It used to be
119.
something on the practice board we'd always try and pass off to the other players.
Do you like it?
94.
He does not.
Jimmy, you require 104.
Good try, though. Well, earlier in the day, John O'Shea took this out on double 13.
64.
Jimmy misses tops for it.
John, you require 25.
The closer this is, the better it is for John O'Shea, whether he wins or loses, because his leg difference is plus 15. Jimmy's is -1. That's not making inroads.
Game shot on a 4th leg.
That is
John
in the game
O'Shea.
for John. But we can't ignore the fact that there's not just a gap in points between Hine and O'Shea
5th
to the
leg,
rest.
it's Jimmy to throw
But the
first.
gap in leg difference
Game on.
is sizable now. -1 is the best leg difference of anybody not in a
119.
qualifying spot. That belongs to Jimmy Van Schie. That puts him 7 legs and 4 points behind Steve Hine. That's why we're looking at John and Steve
140.
as 1 foot each into Saturday night. But for me, John O'Shea, he's almost there
57.
already. One more win, like you told me off the air, Matt, and he is definitely there, isn't he?
Absolutely 100% nailed on to be there if he is to
100.
win this fixture. But then it gets a bit interesting as well, because Steve Hine will play Ollie Holtkamp in this lap of fixtures.
60.
And then if Steve Hine wins that, that is over. We know our two. So it could all be done in this
85.
round of fixtures with a John O'Shea and a Steve Hine win.
Call me
57.
crazy, but I want a bit more drama.
There's going to be plenty of drama tonight in Group B action when we come back at 9:45.
140.
That one is far from settled. Everyone in with a chance. But Scott Taylor leading the way.
180.
To winning all 4 fixtures
John, you
last
require
night.
36.
Great approach shots from both players, but it's
Game
John
shot on a
O'Shea
5th
who
leg.
takes
John
176 in 4 darts to take a 3-2 lead with that break of throw. Timing,
6th leg, it's John to throw
precise, Swiss-like from the Joker. Jimmy with that maximum now goes straight to the next leg.
first. 60.
Jimmy's plight
93.
is very, very grim if he loses this leg or the next. He's got Brooks in game 10. And he's also
60.
got Mania in game 14. So he's playing people who are still in the chasing pack, but it's always the case on Friday afternoon at around 3 o'clock.
100.
You're running out of games. You're running out of chances to get points. You're running out of chances of damaging somebody else's opportunities as well.
46.
You can imagine Steve Hine watching this on the monitor in the background, just willing on John O'Shea. Try and get rid of one of those chasing
58.
contenders. 2 players just 2 wins away from him. And the other one he's got in his own hands. He's in the dream
55.
position. There's the Muffin Man, as is John O'Shea, who is just a leg away from securing Saturday night on debut.
140.
Wild to say that, isn't it? But that's the kind of thing that happens here in Portsmouth. People come off the tour,
93.
They're very well-known players who
Jimmy,
have
you
done
require
great things, but
110.
they are debutants here. There are still some great players who have not graced this stage and are eligible and top of my list, in fact, in Europe.
74.
As we see leg number 6 not complete there by Jimmy, but I want to see Nico Springer. He's seriously good.
81.
So to take us all the way,
80.
Jimmy needs double 18, and
Jimmy,
he
you
does like
require
this double. He
36.
leaves it on purpose. Ouch.
No score. John, you require 107.
You can't quite believe it. Can he believe this?
57.
Well, this has to
Jimmy,
go,
you
or this
require
might be the last
36.
visit he gets with any sort of hope of getting through to Saturday night.
Game shot
the
on a
words of
sixth
Andy
leg,
Dufresne,
Jimmy Vanschke.
Hope is a dangerous thing.
Well, he's now got the advantage of throw, so
7th and final leg. It's Jimmy
will
to
be
throw
slightly
first.
installed as favourite now to
Game
go
on.
on and win this and keep this group well and truly alive and give you your dream of even more drama.
100.
Everybody in the chasing pack, though, of which there are 4 players, they need an extraordinary amount of help.
71.
And I don't think O'Shea and Hine are in a charitable mood.
We did have this exact same sort of situation in Group A. Sebastian
180.
Bieletsky needed 4 results of the last 6 to go his way. And they did. Relegating Ted Evans into
93.
a Group B campaign.
He came away with 4 points overnight. He's probably still wondering how.
But this is brilliant
140.
darts here from Van Ski. Just 9 darts to leave himself 81. It's firmly in his hand to give John O'Shea his first defeat since the first
40.
game he played
Jimmy,
here
you
at the Super
require
Series.
81.
7 games in a row he has won.
Game shot.
But he
and
has
the
not
match,
won an 8th
Jimmy
in a row.
Vanschke.
The man who won in Romania recently is the man to break the Joker's streak. And he keeps things alive as he goes to 8 points in the table. That was a very accomplished performance, and he took full advantage of the fact that John O'Shea just took his foot off the gas a little bit there. He will still remain at the top of the table, but the fact that John got 3 legs in that contest still means that his leg difference is plus 14, and he is still looking good for Saturday night. Still needs to do a little bit more just to rubber stamp his place. When we come back, it will be Bradley Brooks after a short break, and he will be up against Neil Minea in our sandwich game, the one from the middle, Game 8.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series where the streak is over. John O'Shea finally tasting defeat, losing out on a last leg decided by Jimmy Van Schie, winning with a 12-darter in that final leg. It puts him onto 8 points. It puts him above Ollie Holtkamp and puts him on the shoulder of Steve Hine, although to be fair, he'd be on the shoulder of anybody, wouldn't he, Jimmy? Right, next up for us, Bradley Brooks in action up against Neil Minier. Both these players on 4 points, not quite had the Group C campaign that they would have envisaged at the start, but they're hoping to end on a high. Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar.
Ending on a high is definitely on the radar for these two. But as far as being part of the
First
highest
leg,
point
it's
of the
Bradley
week,
to throw first. Game
not
on.
looking good. Hine on 10 points and a vastly better leg difference means that these two on 4 points in the basement of the table, they're playing
134.
simply for pride. And Bradley Brooks, when he came into his debut campaign here in Portsmouth this week, I bet he didn't think he would be in this position.
He's someone who's been
120.
sat watching this on a weekly basis, does enjoy his Super Series darts. Will have plenty of friends and colleagues that come down here that he's been watching throughout the time while he's
93.
been on the tour, and he'd been sat at home thinking, well, I can do that and I could pick up titles there. And then you come down here and you walk in with
60.
reputation, but without that recent form, and maybe, like you mentioned earlier on, in a couple of months' time it may have been more suitable for him. He certainly said
140.
yesterday when I had a chat with him that he didn't expect to be here this quick. Maybe a couple of development tours and challenge tours under the belt will see a more consistent, more confident
60.
Bradley
Bradley
Brooks.
require
Yeah, I'm not going to judge
134.
Bradley based on what's happened this week. I'm going to have a little closer look at what he's doing in 3 to 6 months as he settles
94.
into what is going to be a different year for him.
He got his tour card so young he doesn't know anything else other than PDC darts. This is all new to him, and
60.
Bradley
Bradley
will feel a
require
little bit
40.
out here on his own in a way, but he is down here with Ted Everts.
Game shot on the first
He's
leg.
gonna be
Bradley
coming up
Brooks.
Later on in our Group B campaign, and I'm sure he'll be sticking around.
Second
Should
leg,
Ted
it's
Everts
Neil
get
to
through
throw
to
first.
Saturday night so he can
Game on.
maybe get a flavour of what a Saturday night is like here at the Super Series, because that is another completely new experience.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that would be a really wise move
59.
for Bradley to stick around and see what Saturday night is all about. Feel motivated to come back here and get whatever the winner gets tomorrow.
140.
Plenty of series to come over the next few months. Series 7 will start in a few weeks. That's after the finals week next week, and a special week after that, which will be double start, called
60.
Double Trouble.
Arguably going to be two of the best Super
58.
Series weeks on paper we have ever had, but I'm going to stretch that even further and say arguably a hat-trick of Super Series weeks, because this one has met all the standards and expectations that we're expecting from that Champions
140.
Week and from that stellar lineup for the Double Trouble week.
I couldn't agree more. Speaking of Double Trouble,
99.
how many people are going to forget to go for a double start that week? Do you think there should be a count?
There'll be plenty.
Do you know who used to be the king of that? Because he did it on multiple occasions.
140.
Terry Jenkins. He'd throw a dart into treble 20, then he'd realise, oh, I should have gone for tops.
100.
One of the greatest
Neil, you
players
require
not to have won
102.
a title here. Terry Jenkins. Yet. If the mood strikes, he might be back.
70.
And Bradley's hoping
Bradley
that the
require
mood strikes him
104.
now, as Neil has missed his Tum Plus out. And so has Bam Bam.
41. Neil, you require 32.
Double 8 for Neil. Can't afford to give Bradley free goes,
16.
but he does.
Bradley, you require 63.
It's a lovely dart. Double 12.
Game shot on the
Didn't use the
second
marker,
leg.
but he has got a
Bradley
2-0 lead. And something's just occurred to me. Surely Bradley Brooks' nickname is Wayne
Third
Mardle's
leg,
favourite.
It's Bradley to throw first.
Because if you turn it
Game on.
backwards, it's Mab Mab.
So if you was playing
57.
Simon Stevenson, the Mirror Man, you'd be able to read it that way.
Do you know what a Mab is?
Not a clue.
I did ask him once. We were on Trump International
140.
in Aberdeenshire playing golf. One of the most stunning places I've ever seen in my life. And many thanks to the Laurie boys for allowing me and Wayne to play that wonderful golf club.
93.
But I asked him once what a Mab was, and I still didn't fully understand afterwards. So maybe it's a private thing. I think it's always fascinating to
125.
see what people in this sport like to do in their spare time. We know that a lot of these young darters love to play
99.
computer games. I think Jeffrey Desvaughn's even got his own channel on Twitch about it. You're a YouTuber and you
100.
like to collect stuff, don't you, Matt?
Absolutely. I think that's where I spend most of my time at the moment, going around retro toy fairs or shops or trying to find, as we'd call it, in the wild.
127.
And
Neil,
Bradley
you
Brooks'
require
pal, Ted Ever 2 plays
136.
later, he is a brilliant cook and an excellent baker and chocolatier.
As seconded by the World Championship
60.
semi-finalist Scott
Bradley,
Williams
you
last
require
night.
125.
Hello, Hollywood. You went the old Rod Harrington route.
53.
You are going to
Neil,
see
you
a
require
Harrington
76.
in the finals week next week. Because Ryan Harrington, who didn't win his week, has been given an invite because of his superior average to other people.
Game shot on the
That
third
is a
leg.
superior
Neil
checkout from
Mania.
Neil. 15 darter gives him his first leg of this contest. We are now passing the halfway
Fourth
point of the
leg, it's
day.
Neil to throw first.
And how many times have we seen
Game
that
on.
over the last couple of days? Bradley at the back of the stage, bereft at the fact that he's been broken.
Just sort of staring into the abyss. Bradley Brooks.
97.
Just a model of frustration at the moment within his game. We'll just be wondering where it's all changed. He said to me yesterday how he started the
81.
year so well, reached a semi-final, was qualifying for 6 of the European tours and looked very good for a spot of the World Championship. Went to a development tour, didn't get off his
100.
board once that weekend. And he said it just absolutely ruined his confidence and could barely pick up a victory on the Pro Tour.
Those development tour weekends are getting harder by the year. So many young
96.
stars and confident young people coming through. And I'm not just talking about boys either. Because this year, there's going to be a change. There's going to be a 2-time world champion playing development tour,
100.
isn't there, Matt?
In some of the events, Bo Greaves will be joining, but I think she's going to go exactly the same way she went in regards to the women's series, because when she first did the
60.
women's series, it wasn't planned that she was going to do that entire tour, but because she did so well, it became almost a must for her to continue on the women's series. I think the same is going to happen on the development tour.
100.
If she goes there, starts well, she's probably going to have to get drawn into doing a lot more of those development tour events.
I think there are history-making events in front of that young lady. We still have not had the pleasure of her
58.
company here.
Neil, you require
We haven't had
104.
a female winner in this place yet. Yes, Fallon Sherrick won in our previous studio, beating Wayne Warren in a final in Southampton, but no female player has
88.
won a title here yet. I am positive that will change. But no female has won on the development tour yet either.
95.
Two bits of history
Neil, you
that
require
somebody could
16.
possibly change throughout the course of the season. This game's
John of
changed.
four flag,
From
Neil
2-0,
Mania.
Bradley Brooks has lost the next two. Things are tied in this battle of the two at the bottom of the table.
Fifth leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
We've talked about the fact that Neil is from the southwest of England, from Cornwall. I've had many a good player from that neck of the woods. The chief of that area of the country at the minute is definitely Ryan Searle, even though Gary Anderson lives in that area of the world as well.
100.
But we don't hear anything from Justin Pipe anymore, do we?
And he's a player I'd love to see playing again.
I don't think it's going to happen, though.
I don't. I remember he said many
57.
times that once he lost his card, that was it. He wouldn't be trying to get it back. He wouldn't be doing other things. But since those conversations, the landscape has changed. We have the Super Series. We
76.
have the seniors. These are tools that wasn't there before. It was elite level darts or see you later, pal.
Never say never. Retirement in darts is not a hard resignation, is it?
140.
You can always do a bit of a U-turn, a bit like our friend RVB. But if you're in the southwest of England
140.
and staring up a tree and you think, well, that looks like
Bradley
Justin
require
Pipe,
124.
it might be, because he's a tree surgeon. I like this play from Bradley.
92.
And we have had a Bradley in a weekly final, remember? Twice. By the name of Bradley Roos. Very talented young man from the Netherlands.
100. Bradley require 32.
Double 16 for Bam Bam. And he needs the second Bam. Needs to go through the posts. Well, these shots are getting harder, Bradley, but you know how to find them. That's the angle there. Find that ideal gap. Go over the top of the first one and next to the second one.
He's completely outside the exclusion zone here.
No score. Neil, you
I think
require
he should have gone for the middle.
85.
I think that was just a bit too hard from that angle.
That was nearly the greatest dart you will ever see. Literally completely
35.
off the exclusion
Bradley
zone.
require
That's how
32.
far away he was.
Not again. Okay, at least he's got double 8 this time.
Game
And
shot on
finds
the
it.
fifth flag. Bradley
He's
Brooks.
really good from throwing all the way over to the left, isn't he, on those shots? It's 3-2. But not without a bit of trouble
Sixth flag,
along the
it's
way.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
Both averaging 88 in this game. Very respectable.
140.
But you do sense that the urgency and the tension in this game has been evaporated by their position in the table.
And the position in the table
125.
ultimately causes that frustration that every time they miss, it feels so much more heightened.
What do you think Neil's taking from this experience?
140.
Because we didn't get a great deal of information from him yesterday when you were speaking to him about ambitions and goals. He's one of the I just want to play darts crew.
Maybe by being here, though, it might
22.
light something inside him where he goes, I want a bit more of that.
One of the things that might be a clue to
100.
wanting to come back and qualify is that Ollie Holtkamp this morning was saying that the vibe in the practice room was excellent. That's not always the case.
180.
Easy for me to
Neil,
say
you
that it
require
is.
121.
But I think it's been a very friendly practice room over the last couple of afternoons. And we are looking at someone who has
97.
represented their country in the last couple of years. So Neil might just think to himself, do you know what? If I can test some of these people like Bradley and Steve
96.
and John,
Neil, you require 24.
maybe with experience and coming back, I could be more dangerous. He's
Game
got
shot
that
on
double
the
six to
sixth
take
leg,
us all the
Neil
way.
Mania.
And for the second consecutive game, we have got a 3-3
Seventh
scoreline.
and final leg. It's
Bradley will
to
have the
throw
darts.
first. Game on.
He's trying to reverse what happened yesterday against Neil because, quite astoundingly, Brooks lost 4-0. But really did not play well at that point. That was a real shell shock of a performance. And it was all due to a 144 checkout, in my opinion. If Neil Mania did not take that 144 out when Bradley was on a
60.
double, I think we would have had a very different match.
You talk about playing for pride in this fixture, but absolutely with Bradley Brooks, the last thing he's going to want to do is fall off the tour like he did last year, come here and finish bottom of his first ever campaign here at the Super Series. No one wants to finish bottom of the table, certainly when you've come here with reputation and as one of the favourites.
If you finish bottom, my homework to anybody would be go home and listen to Yaz. That famous song that says, "The only way is up." It's not as if things can get any worse. Come back and do a better job next time.
41.
After playing more competitive darts. It's fair to say at this point of the season, some of these players are coming here and they haven't had a great deal of competitive darts. Some have had too much.
60.
You need to strike
Bradley
that
require
balance over the next
140.
few months. And that is something that Bradley will work on, I'm sure, when he goes back to Blackburn.
80.
Well, he's just a couple of darts away now from getting his third victory, which will see him move on to 6 points and off the bottom of the
100.
table, relegating Neil
Bradley require
into
60.
that 6th position.
Double top. Ideal marker.
Game shot and the match.
And a good result for Bradley Brooks. He did a very good job on the throw there. He was broken in that match, but ultimately winning in 7 legs will make him feel sneakily good, in my opinion, because yesterday he lost 2 matches when he was taking the distance. This time he has got it done in leg 7 and with a decent level of performance as well, 91.87 and 4 out of 11 on the checkouts. When we come back, it will be Steve Hine looking to get himself to 12 points alongside John O'Shea in the table. In the last third round match, he's taking on the German, Ollie Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Bradley Brooks got the better of Neil Minear by 4 legs to 3. The final game of the third round of fixtures is a very, very big one between Steve Hine and Ollie Holtkamp. As far as the table goes, Steve Hine is on 10 points, plus 6 in terms of legs difference. If he wins this one, he'll be level with John O'Shea on 12. But if Ollie Holtkamp can win this particular fixture, well, it will mean that second, third and fourth would all be separated by the mere margin of just 2 points. Matt, Paul, Arvin comes.
It is a question of what if. But the man who doesn't like the what if situation is this man.
85.
He has already won 2 games today. He was severely tested when he played against Neil Minear in game number 6. But since then, he has seen John O'Shea lose. He's seen Bradley Brooks win.
58.
But I think Steve Hine has been gifted a very advantageous position today of seeing what happens before he plays more than once. He had 78. The end of round 2, he had the end of round 1, and now he's got the end of round 3. He's getting all the information. In 54. Poker terms, he's in position.
Absolutely. Jimmy Van Ski will be sat in the back room as well, hoping that Ollie Holtkamp can keep this alive. Hoping that he can get that victory over Steve Hine.
95.
Did get the victory in the last game, but was starting to provide a couple of opportunities to his opponent, Neil Minear, who just wasn't able to take them on that occasion. We said potentially a little sign of tension coming into the Steve Hine game, and then he popped out that fabulous 1-8 finish for the match, which confused Jude on the route.
Still haven't got over it. His opponent was on a finish. Something smaller than 1-8. And he takes out 60, 54, 7.
44. Steve, you require 170.
Well, there's only one way to get that.
92.
He hasn't got it. And Holtkamp has got a chance of a ton.
100.
Where's he going to go with dart 2? It has to be tops, surely.
68.
How many times does that happen?
You require 78.
You miss the tops, and then you go for the treble 16 and get it. Speaking of tops, there it is.
First leg, Steve Hine.
Now, I want to dig into this grip of Ollie Holtkamp because I have said to many clients of mine,
game on.
There's no such thing as a bad grip. However, I've
85.
never been a fan of people having their little finger on any part of the dart. I just think it's too much.
134.
Well, it's almost got to come off as the dart's going up to the highest point, which could also be one of the reasons for what I picked up very early with Holtkamp of if he goes very slightly past that release point, the dart hits sideways and bounces out. We've seen it so many times.
Yeah, great point.
122.
And physiologically, if you put the most extreme part of your hand on that point, it means that the hand goes into a claw grip.
92.
Which actually puts more tension in the palm than if you take it off.
97.
It explains actually quite a lot of the things that we've sort of been speaking about with the Holtkamp throw, and certainly the angle of the dart when you mentioned about the dart kicking
100.
to the side as well, because
Steve,
if he does go anywhere past that highest release point, he's going to have to flick the hand outwards.
Yeah.
60. Ollie,
I think it explains
101.
a great deal. It'll be something that is very normal for him, but so is that. And that is something that needs to be minimized in his game if he's going to start winning games like this. He can't afford darts on the floor. We'll come back to that in a second because Steve is going for the bull. Oh, that's a beauty. Cherry on the top of the muffin right there. A wonderful 2-0 lead for Steve Hine, who was very, very close to get himself into a first Saturday night.
Game on.
If you were going to work with Ollie for 3 to 6 months,
97.
yes or no question, and I know I'm somewhat debating this in a truncated sense, would you
100.
encourage him for his progression to take that finger off?
I would, but it would have to go through a long-term process
100.
of change. Because if we're talking about those sort of neurological developments, we can't just make those changes and break those motor pathways just at a click of a finger. It has to be a process, and it'd have to be something that would be worked
42.
on over a period of time through a specific training regime.
But do you think that taking that little finger off the grip would be
55.
beneficial for him in the long term?
Absolutely. It'll allow him the luxury of just getting
41.
that timing of the release slightly wrong. It's a hard enough game as it is, and it's kind of becoming a bit harder when he's going down the Callum Ridds approach of trying to play with 2 darts.
And he almost won that leg
97.
against Dylan Slevin last year. That would have been one of the best leg wins of the whole year.
83.
Ouch.
Ollie,
138
you
left.
require 109.
And he was dreaming of leaving something under 100.
$93. Steve, you
This
require
really would be something.
138. $134.
Well, I didn't know if it
Ollie,
was
you
in either.
require 16.
To be fair, I thought it might be. That's why I stayed silent. I do know
Shot
that's
on
in.
the third leg, Ollie Holtkamp.
I didn't put it out of the ordinary for Steve Hine to do something like
flag,
that
it's
because
Ollie
he
to throw
has taken a
first.
128, like we said.
Game on.
Well, sometimes the width of those barrels, it covers too much of that 60, even for Steve.
136. $100.
Would you like to hear some more winners on this day in darting history?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, of course.
Let's go a little bit more current, shall we?
39.
How about Darren Heroini of New Zealand? Back in 2020, he won the Canterbury Classic against Takino Eko. The
97.
women's event was won by Wendy Harper of a Desi Mercer. Lovely lady, Desi. One of the better named events in North America was won on this day
100.
in 2019 by Roger Carter. The Shoot for the Moon.
I do like some of the names that the tournaments have.
85.
This one, like the Hellraiser Classic.
Oh, did you see the one that Leonard Gates won last week in Colorado?
Was it something Hog or something?
The Groundhog Open.
125.
Something to do with Groundhog Day, I'm sure, but I don't know what Colorado's got to do with it, because Groundhog Day is something to do with Punxsutawney,
81.
Pennsylvania, and
Ollie,
those
you
two
require
states
one,
are
101.
thousands of miles apart. So, I don't know, but Leonard Gates won in the final. And Steve Hine
James
does
shot
not
on the fourth flag,
get a shot at
Ollie
that
Holtkamp.
138, because Holtkamp has taken himself a wonderful 15 darter there with 101
Fifth
out.
flag, it's Steve to throw first.
The finishing's been fantastic
Game
from
on.
both in this game. Just give them the smallest opportunity and it's gone.
55.
Last night, I believe that they played so many legs in Berlin at the Premier League that they broke a record for that format. The most legs played in one single night.
140.
Here in round 3, we're getting pretty much every leg. If it goes to 3-3, we are
60.
guaranteed to have every leg in round 3. Before we get Van Ski against Brooks in game 10.
The big question is what will be riding on that game with Van Ski
125.
or Brooks. Because if Steve Hine wins this, he's going to start pulling away from Van Ski to the point
123.
where Van Ski's then going to be looking not just for a win, but he's going to need a 4-0.
Earlier on today, Holtkamp was saying how much he was enjoying the company of Steve Hine.
60.
If you do make friends in the practice room, or indeed outside in the Portsmouth area when you come here, that must be swept to the side when you play them.
58.
And over the last couple of legs, Holtkamp has done a really good job of doing that. He's not losing as many darts on the
140.
floor further into a session, in my opinion, than early.
123.
Seems to be fixing
Ollie, you
what
require
was wrong.
36.
Double 18
Game
There it
shot
is.
on a fifth flag.
in the
Ollie
top right
Holtkamp.
corner for 3-2. This is a decent performance from Ollie Holtkamp.
Sixth flag,
94.19 the
it's Ollie to
average.
throw first.
10 points better
Game
than
on.
Hine, who is giving us a possibility of pressing pause on his Saturday invitation.
Feels like Tuesday all over again here at the Super Series. On Tuesday, Steve Hine
180.
raced into leads 2-0, 3-0, 2-0. Ended up losing
59.
those 3 matches. And it looks like that history may repeat itself here at the worst possible time for Steve Hine, where he was looking like booking his qualification place.
80.
A dart on the floor there. It wasn't anything to do with hitting the board with not enough momentum. That was all about hitting his own equipment.
137.
And there was a real change of pace there from Ola.
$96.
Steve Hine's not going to be taking part in the World Seniors,
60. Ollie, you require
Championship next week.
145.
but everybody who is taking part, we wish them the very, very best. There will be
51.
a German competitor for the first time there next week, and Manfred Bildel has got the small task of playing Phil Taylor.
140.
If Phil thinks that's an easy game,
Ollie, you require
think again.
94.
Bildel was part of that history-making leg last year with Nico Springer, where they didn't miss a single dart in a leg.
$54.
That'll do.
Steve, you require
That'll do very nicely.
105.
Sit back, wait, and hope. Double 19.
67.
The hope turns to,
Ollie, you
if
require
I hit
40.
this, I get 2 points.
Game shot and the match. Ollie
2 points it
Holtkamp.
is for Ollie Holtkamp, and the invitation is paused for Steve Hine for now. He will stay on 10 points. Holtkamp goes to 8, and that's where Jimmy Van Schie is as well, meaning both of those players have still got a chance of nicking that second spot. Nobody is secure yet, and Ollie Holtkamp, with that 94.15 average and 80% on the doubles, has just sent a bit of a statement to the rest of the field. He's still alive. As is Jimmy Van Schie. He plays Bradley Brooks next. Let's talk about that when we return.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds of fixtures for our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Means a good time to get the assessment of primetime Matthew Edgar on what we've seen so far today. Let's first have a look at the results from our afternoon session so far, because, well, it looked like it was going to be 2 players that are going to basically haul their way through to tomorrow night's final. John O'Shea and Steve Hine, they looked in a great position, but before the break, Ollie Holtcamp has put the mockers on that because it constrains the top 4 to within a few points of each other. 4-2 victory there for Holtcamp. Really good performance from him there as well. Matthew Edgar's been watching all the action in the commentary box. He joins me backstage here now. We'll talk about that race, what looks like a second spot in just a second, but I want to begin by talking about John O'Shea and the kind of day that he's had today. Went on that imperious winning run, but was just halted last time out.
When it got to that point, lap number 3, Paul Nicholson said, I want a bit more drama. He's got his wish. This is not over yet, and there's plenty more darts to be thrown. We have seen people blow these sort of leads before. John O'Shea needs to be warned here, because this is not a complete... He's got so many legs in the bank, absolutely, and by losing close, he's okay. But stranger things have happened here at the Super Series, and they just want to get that win done as soon as they can. But that winning run is over now for John O'Shea.
And after he beat Bradley Brooks, that 4-1 win, that 130 out, we thought you can pretty much put his name on the ticket list for tomorrow night.
I was writing it down already. I was thinking, right, Steve Hines in second, John O'Shea's won the group. Them two will probably play each other to see if maybe Steve Hines can upset the possibility of John O'Shea winning the group or not. But they both lost in that round of fixtures. So John O'Shea now, he's pretty much in, as you'll see when the table comes round. But one thing you like is certainties, and he's got to wait a little bit longer for that.
And we could probably say the same about Steve Hine to a certain extent as well. If he wins that game against Ollie, we're talking about a completely different story.
Steve Hines, the thinker, is aware. He knows what's going on. He'll know what the table is. He'll know how many legs he needs. He knows how many points he needs. So he'll be disappointed with losing that last game, especially after being 2-0 up as well, because that's going to give him bad memories and vibes back to Tuesday, where he could have gone through the card. He was in very good position throughout the day, just like he was here. It's now at that point where if Steve doesn't get through, he'd have came down here to sort of enjoy the experience and see how he gets on. Now he's at that point where if he doesn't get through, he's going to be mightily disappointed, because he's not just had it in his hands, he's sort of walked through the door already, he just didn't close it behind him.
Jimmy Van Schie, your assessment of his day up to press?
It's getting better. It's getting better, isn't it? He started slow. But the consistency is clearly the issue with Jimmy Van Schie. I mean, he has just picked up that title in Romania, so we know he's got an engine there. It's just he's not pressed the accelerator at the right times. But that's something he'll learn as he goes through. He is still quite new to this sort of level of dart, so I think he's going to be one of those players that we really see grow and develop throughout the year. We're going to see him plenty of times here at the Super Series. We already know that.
Indeed, we will. Right, let's have a look at the table then and show you exactly what is happening in terms of the league standings. John O'Shea leads the way, 12 points to his name. Steve Hine, second place on 8. Jimmy Van Schie and Ollie Holtcamp on 8 points as well. Just interestingly in there, Steve Hine and Ollie Holtcamp have both got John O'Shea to play. Does that give Jimmy Van Schie a slight advantage?
If this table only just happened now, let's say Steve Hine just won that last game and went into this position now 2 points clear, he'd be very, very happy, and we'd be saying, oh, he's just opened up a gap now it's in his hands. It's still in Steve Hine's hands. What he's got to do is try and ignore that last little lap of fixtures, ignore what's going on behind him, because it's still up to him. If he wins, they can't do anything about it. So at the moment, people like Jimmy Van Schie, yes, he's still in the running, but he's in the running not just because of his own darts. He's got to sit in that back room and watch other people play. It's not a nice position to be in when you're trying to practice and prepare for your own game. You've got one eye on the monitor to see if it's worth it.
We'll talk a little bit more about the end of this group in just a second, but as we know, it's a really busy couple of weeks here at the Super Series. Champions Week will begin Monday at 9:30. We'll find out the Series 6 champion at the end of next Saturday, and after that, there's some trouble ahead. The Super Series will be joined alongside the likes of Jim McEwen. Of course, the reigning champion is not going to defend it this time around. Connor Scott was superb here. Tried to shoot it to the 9 darter on the 3 bullseyes. 12 players are going to be in contention. The likes of Kevin Payne, who's going to be coming off the back of a World Seniors campaign. Is he going to be the World Seniors champion coming into double trouble? Robert Thornton's hoping to win a hat-trick of those titles by the time he comes back here. Lisa Ashton's going to be participating as well. The first female player to play a televised double-in, double-out match. Mark Dudbury's got history in that particular competition, and it all kick-starts on the 19th of February. Interesting week, isn't it?
I can't wait. I think this is one of the greatest lineups we've had, and a little bit of a twist as well. I like a little bit of novelty within my darts, and I think sometimes we could take it with the formats a little bit too much, or put more in there, should I say, rather than the traditional 501. I do also want to make a bold claim, and I think that on that week we will have the 2024 Seniors World Champion.
Go on then, which one?
One of them players, which is in the lineup. I think we've got 6 players that are going to be playing in that Seniors World Championship, so I'm edging a bet. 6 of the 32.
So Glenn Durrant's not winning the seniors this year then?
I wouldn't bet on it.
Well, Lisa Ashton as well, by the way, making a little bit of history because she's going to be the first ever female player to play a televised double-in, double-out match.
And that might suit her game as well. She is quite good on the doubles, and she's got a good doubles percentage. I think it's a good leveler as well. They talk about that all the time with the World Grand Prix, how it sort of levels things out and gives you extra opportunities. I wouldn't be surprised to see her have one of her better weeks here at the Super Series.
We're looking forward to that, as well as we're looking forward to Champions Week. And the race is on to see who the final name through to that field on Monday morning is going to be. Group C is rearing towards its culmination. We kick off the first game in the 4th round of matches. Matthew Edgar's going to make his way up to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson.
Let the final 2 rounds commence. We've talked about double trouble, and like the guys downstairs, I am very much looking forward to seeing some of those people playing, particularly who I consider to be one of the best double start players that I've ever seen in Robert Thornton. In fact, one of the best players I've ever seen
First
anywhere.
leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
But I concur with
Game
what
on.
Henry said and what Matt was saying as well. I think Lisa Ashton's got a great chance that week. Nice that we are giving lady players an opportunity to play in a different format. I don't think, and I've documented this plenty on social media,
134.
I don't think we play enough different formats. I think we need to do that over the next generation.
140.
We need players like this to understand the game of cricket in darts. Different versions of 01. It doesn't have to be
40.
501. It could be 301, 701, 1001. Plenty of different chances to see which
65.
format suits you the best. However, this one is 501 straight start,
134.
as we're all accustomed to. And Jimmy Van Schie, if he was to beat Bradley Brooks here,
140.
it would knock Bradley Brooks out of the possibility of making Saturday on his debut campaign. And it would get him to 10 points.
60.
If he was
Jimmy,
to
you
win
require
by 4 legs
156.
to nil, he would get to 10 points and +4, which would be exactly the position of Steve Hine.
100.
Didn't think I'd be
Bradley,
saying
you
that
require
at this point, Matt.
133.
It's getting extremely interesting here at the back end of the day. That's what you wanted, wasn't it,
93.
Paul? You wanted a bit of drama.
Jimmy, you require 56.
It's a shame Chris Mason's not here because nobody says that word better than him. Drama.
Game
You
shot
don't
on
see
the first
56
leg,
checkouts
Jimmy
better than
Van
that.
Schie.
Is he starting to peak at the time where the urgency is at its height? No pun intended.
Second leg,
Have
it's
you
Jimmy
noticed
to
there's
throw
almost
first.
a bit of a strut
Game
appearing
on.
in the step and the stride at the moment of Jimmy Van Schie?
Well, if there is, it's a very long stride. He's like Snickers O'Toole from Family Guy.
81.
I've got a really good friend called Ian Danta who works in
100.
national radio for sport and music. He's a bigger Simpsons fan than I am, I think. I think if he was to talk about Jimmy being a Simpsons character,
100.
he'd be the very tall man that was in a very small car being laughed at by a certain Nelson Muntz. You know the one I'm talking about, don't you?
140.
Are you making fun of me and my small automobile? It was the largest one I could afford.
140.
I think I've broken Matthew Edgar. Well, Jimmy's already broken Bradley Brooks.
100.
I'm just picturing Jim in a really small car.
He lives in the
60.
Netherlands. He doesn't need a
Bradley
car. He's probably got a
require
bike.
161.
Bradley's doing a lot of calculations right here.
83.
Unfortunately for him,
Jimmy, you
his
require
opponent is
120.
right on his tail every time. Double top again, but this time with a dart in the way.
100.
Threw that too quick.
Bradley requires 78.
2 darts at double 12. Doesn't need
On
them.
a second
Just
leg,
needs the
Bradley
one.
Brooks.
And for Bradley Brooks, this can also add to the frustration sometimes as well when you think, why has my performance come
Third
a
leg,
little
it's
bit
Bradley
too
to throw
late?
first. Game on.
It's all part of the learning process. Here's the thing, Brad. Do you want to peak in February or do you want to peak in November and December?
100.
Going towards the start of next year when you want to get your tour card back. You are going to have plenty of opportunities in different arenas this year
100.
to figure out what you need to do to evolve into the player that you've always wanted to be. That's exactly what I'd say to his face right now. Do not panic
100.
about the now. Work with the now and work towards where you want to be.
81.
When Dave Evans was playing darts from home, and consequently you will see Dave Evans later tonight as he comes back for Group B action, was he the
60.
player he wanted to be in May of 2020? Maybe a little bit, but not fully. When he won the Challenge Tour Order of Merit
140.
and he was blitzing Live League darts from home, he was at his best in August, September, October. He was building towards something.
140.
That's what Brooks needs to do this year. He needs to build.
100. Bradley, you require 101.
Does he go bull? No, he's too smart for that. Going the 42, there's the right
53.
shot.
Jimmy, you require 80.
Jimmy's getting plenty of shots at tops. He's hit one and missed one.
No
Always the
score.
risk.
Bradley, you
Always a
require
risk.
48.
And the
It's on
reward
the
for
third
Brooks
leg,
is the
Bradley
fact that he
Brooks.
comes back for 48 and takes it and turns this game around. That 20 segment has had a lot
Fourth
to
leg,
say
it's
to
Jimmy
Jimmy.
to throw first.
He takes
Game
leg
on.
one with a 56 from the gods. And since then, it seems to have all gone wrong.
96.
It's amazing how the rules have changed here. Brooks was under pressure at the start of the day.
80.
Now he's the person who can start breaking hearts instead of having his broken. Well, that was a fast rhythm and a very good one.
180.
So it begs the question, doesn't it? If he plays and hits 180s that quick, is that a rhythm that he could maybe utilise a bit more often?
100.
There is still a road that Bradley Brooks can take to qualify.
58.
If he gets out of this, he's got one big shovel.
It pretty much needs every single result to go his way from here.
and
42.
by certain
Jimmy, you
score
require
lines.
167.
But he is not mathematically eliminated as of yet. So he's got to win this as big as he possibly can.
77.
But it's extremely unlikely.
Oh, it's like winning the lottery
174.
and walking to the cashier to cash it in
Jimmy,
whilst
you
being
require
struck by
90.
lightning and having your leg bit off by a shark.
I'd say that's pretty unlikely.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
That's a great shot from Jimmy.
Vansky.
14 darter for him. Takes a break from going for tops. And the lower double yields
Fifth
a
leg,
win in
it's
leg
Bradley to
4.
throw first. Game on.
You want to hear something about likelihoods? Things that happen to change someone's career? I'll tell you a story. I got in touch with my old
41.
friend Burton DeWitt recently. Used to do a lot of great work in darts. Talking about what could possibly happen to someone in
96.
keeping their tour privileges if this happens, if this happens, if this happens. I'm going to read you the message. Back end of 2018, going into 2019, I needed
97.
to beat Kevin Burness at the World Championship to preserve my tour privileges. I didn't do it. I then found out what needed to
41.
happen in other quarters for me to lose my card. This is what happened. There were many possibilities since any qualifier making the semi-finals would have been enough
60.
to knock me off the tour, but here are the 5 that happened. Gabriel Clemens beat Aidan Kirk. Nathan Aspinall beat Geert Nenches and Gerwin Price, and then a bunch of others. Ryan Joyce beat Anastasia, and then Simon Whitlock, and a few more matches as
44.
well. Devin Peterson beat Wayne Jones, Ian White from 2-0 down, and then beat Steve West after Christmas. Luke Humphreys beat Adam Hunt, Stephen Bunting, and Dimitri Vandenberg, and I needed
99.
all of that to happen for me to lose my card. That one thing in that tournament will take up a whole chapter in my book one day.
140.
Don't tell me that odd things can't happen.
$140.
Well, by that logic, Bradley Brooks might still have quite a bit of encouragement here.
He's doing a pretty good job. He's playing
100.
very decently
Bradley
in this
requires
game, averaging
64.
mid-90s. This corner of the board is being ignored. I think this is a good play from Bradley. Very well
Shot on
done.
a 5th leg.
The
Bradley
16s have
Brooks.
cost him the last couple of days, so if you can get away from it, do so. He now leads 3-2.
6th leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
It's the same approach that I encouraged for Sebastian Białowski series
60.
ago, when he had 2 straight days in a Group A campaign going for 16s and 8s and constantly missed it outside. And I implored the young Paul to have a crack at tops and 10s instead.
99.
His Wednesday was much improved, and since then, I think he's heeded that a bit more.
140.
It's something that a lot of dart players who are aspiring should subscribe to. If you're having problems on 16s and 8s and you're covering the bed
140.
and giving yourself blockers down there, don't be afraid to change the plan.
$100.
Brad's played well in this game. And if he does come away with a victory, he'll be wondering,
121.
where's this been? This kind of standard, had he found it a little bit more, could have put him in a much more comfortable position.
I wonder if he does win this game, come off the stage, have a look at the table and think,
130.
maybe
Bradley, you
I can
require
still squeeze a
141.
way through here if he'll get some form of hope.
129.
When he's natural,
Jimmy,
when
you
he's
require
relaxed, he can
71.
be a very dangerous customer. He leaves a possible match dart. Jimmy's hanging on. by the skin of his teeth. And
Gets on
that
a sick
perfect
leg,
double
Jimmy
5
Van Schie.
and a little bit of gumption from Jimmy takes us all the way to leg number 7 against
Seventh
Bradley
and final
Brooks.
leg. It's Bradley
Again.
to throw first.
It happened yesterday.
Game on.
Brooks won it 4-3. But that game was about as tight as 2 coats of paint.
96.
And this doesn't help that
57.
potential story for Bradley Brooks. He had to win this game with a bit of a margin due to the fact he's on a -7 legs.
60.
I'm trying to remember if anybody has actually qualified for a Saturday night with a negative leg difference. Obviously, nobody's done that from Group A.
108.
I suppose it's possible if somebody has that ridiculous domination of a Group C or a Group B. Someone in 3rd position in a Group B campaign might have done it.
140.
But that 180 from Jimmy was bad news for Bradley. However, he's got a lot of positives from this game. He's averaging over 97. He has not missed a double.
58.
And he has 6 starts from 205 to win it.
105.
Excellent darts. Great thinking. Might only be 24, but he's got years of experience looking at the best in the business doing things like that. And he doesn't make mistakes when it comes to approach shots.
94.
Match opportunity
Bradley
for
require
Brooks
100.
to give himself some form of hope, as small as it might be. You'd rather have some hope than none.
40. Jimmy, you require 112.
Jimmy would twist the knife here if he takes 112. Biggest check out of the match was 90, which Jimmy found on double 15. Does he stay there? He should have gone to the treble 18 for a shot at double 19. Should have massaged your inner Michael Smith there. Always go for the
40.
treble that is open in
Bradley,
that
you
scenario
require 60.
because that collision is always possible. Good single. Double top. It's not that bad, Brad. You can get past that dart. Just choose left or right. And this week you've been better from the left-hand side, which is the side you've chosen. Needs to sandwich it in the middle. Oh, it's a great dart. And Jimmy Van Schie has just been dealt a huge blow of trying to get to Saturday. Bradley Brooks is hanging on by the thinnest of threads. But what you've got to say, without looking at the table, is that it was a really good performance and a confidence-building performance for Bam Bam. Mid-90s average, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. And the fact that he was able to beat Jimmy Van Schie, who played well himself, tells you that the game is in there. But is it enough to keep himself in the reckoning? It is O'Shea against Hine next, and this game could be telling us an awful lot about who wins Group C.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there's twists and turns everywhere you go. Before the break, great game between Bradley Brooks and Jimmy Van Ski. Both players averaging 94.81. Both players having 5 attempts at the double, but it's Bradley Brooks that found that winning dart, winning 4-3 against Jimmy Van Ski, and it keeps him in the mix in terms of qualification. John O'Shea could make it through to the magical 14 mark, which will rubber stamp his place in tomorrow night's final if he beats Steve Hine. If that result happens, we're going to have a battle royale towards the line, because in the next round of fixtures, Steve Hine will take on Bradley Brooks, Ollie Holtkamp, John O'Shea, Jim Van Ski, Neil Minear. Right, let's get into this one. Paul and Matt.
Yeah, let's get into it. Maybe the heavyweight contest of this group. First versus second, and it feels
100.
like John O'Shea has been in first position since pretty much round 2, round 3 yesterday.
85.
He's been very, very comfortable. And he's been playing that way, aside from a 4-3 loss to Jimmy Van Ski in Game 7, where he just took his foot off the pedal a little bit, averaging just a shade over 80.
$85.
I'm sure these players have got a very
57.
vivid picture in their mind as to what they have to do.
95.
But you mentioned with Henry in the last half an hour, Matt, that Steve will know everything.
134.
The fact that he's been in this kind of situation in these games today before, is it a benefit or a hindrance that he knows this
93.
much?
The fact
John,
that
you
he's still
require
doing it after this many
110.
years will say that he believes it's a benefit. So, by that, it must be a benefit. But he's got to somehow find one of those big legs that he's been rattling in throughout this
42.
campaign to get the breaker
Steve, you
throw.
require
Or
143.
a big finish, like a 1-4-3, for example.
81.
It's not going to be a slow game,
John,
that's
you
for sure.
require
These two
68.
really do like to get on with it. Oh, no, John. That really is very erratic.
28.
Not to get a shot at
Steve, you
at
require
least the
62.
bullseye from that position is a real error.
22.
But the error is not
John,
punished.
you require 40.
I think there's every likelihood this game could be very, very scrappy. Because getting over the line is the hardest thing to do.
20.
And it's something
Steve,
these
you
two players
require
are not
40.
used to doing in recent times. Neither coming here with a good
Gets on
year
first
behind
leg,
them.
Steve Hine.
But Steve Hine gets the breaker throw that he's going to need. He's done the hard bit now,
Second
essentially.
leg, it's Steve to throw first.
But we have seen him throw
Game on.
leads away 2-0, 3-0. He did that in the last game when he was 2-0 up to
100.
Ollie Holtkamp. He could have had it pretty much job done by now, could the Muffin Man. Instead, he's embroiled still in the drama.
42.
The last thing John O'Shea wants right now is to stutter at the finish. That knowledge that you just
59.
need one more win. I think it's difficult to get the job done. Remember when Scott Walters won 5 games from 5 on a Thursday and he didn't win any on a Friday and he ended up in 5th position?
100.
Sorry, Scott, I know we bring it up a lot, but it's the only time I can remember it ever happening. That's why I
81.
really liked Scott Taylor's attitude last night when we spoke to him at around 12:30. He won 4 from 4, and one of the first things he said to Henry on the stage was, still got a lot more to
31.
do. He wasn't thinking about winning one game tonight. He's thinking about winning all 4.
58.
Not many people have done that. The double going through the card, backwards and forwards. A very small list of people that you can just count on one hand.
180. 60.
We've had a lot of close games
John,
today
you
as
require
well.
148.
We've had no bagels today, which is probably one of the reasons why Matt and I are hungry. Everything's either been 4-1, 4-2 or 4-3.
60.
And in the recent games,
Steve, you require
more likely to be
143.
4-2 and 4-3 than anything because we haven't had a 4-1 since game number 4.
60. John, you require 88.
Got to get a shot of the bull here, minimum. This time he does.
63.
Line was perfect.
Steve, you require 83.
Bullseye for Hein. He leaves 32, which
51.
could be a somewhat serendipitous
John, you
thing.
require 25.
But it very much depends on what the Joker does.
Game
He's
shot
not
on his
missing this
second
time
leg,
and
John
equalises
O'Shea.
immediately with that break back.
Third leg, it's John to throw first.
Fascinating
on.
that John was saying yesterday he had spoken with Conor Heenan about how to get here, what to do when you come to Portsmouth,
140.
maybe a little bit about the staging area. He called him the 9-dart king. I wonder if Conor
80.
Heenan's walking around Ireland at the minute going, I'm the 9-dart king, you know.
Well, he might do now. Sometimes people just leave a little nudge, don't they, in the right
100.
direction. Maybe that's going to point him in the direction of what he should be doing. He has done 2 9-darters down on that Super Series
140.
stage.
And he got one in the previous studio as well. I do believe he got one in Irish darts around about the same time, meaning you got 4 in a year.
81.
How many dart players do you know that have had 4 9-darters in a year? I can think of 2. James Wade and Gervin Price.
97.
And Price got 4 in 6 months.
This game warming up. For the
140.
top of the table heavyweight clash that we expected it to be. Steve Hein
81.
is once again
John,
in a
you
position
require
of hope
40.
here. He is in a position where he could actually qualify without winning another game should things go his way, but that is too much of an ask and you don't want it completely out of your
35.
hands. So
Steve,
when an
you
opportunity
require
presents itself,
103.
he needs to step up.
Step up.
Game
And
shot on
there
the
he
third
does,
leg, Steve
with a
Hein.
perfectly linear finish. 63 for tops. You could probably draw a straight line through those darts.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to
This
throw
is-
first. Game on.
Breaking at its finest. 3 breaks of throw.
45.
You've used these kinds of flights, haven't you, Matt? These skinny ones.
Yeah, it was actually, I believe, my flights that got Steve Hein onto these flights. So he saw I was using the slims, asked to have a go with them,
140.
and it's been on them ever since.
What are the
77.
intricacies of these flights? Because there might be people watching out there on the Super Series YouTube channel thinking, will they suit me? What kind of player will they suit?
Less control,
40.
more speed is the 2 sort of general rules of thumb with these with these flights. So you need to have a good release and a
41.
consistent release. Anyone who's got any sort of inconsistency within their throw, you throw these, you'll soon find out. They'll be kicking in at all sorts of angles. To have control, you need to have pace in the arm and a good
85.
release at the just before the highest point of exit of the hand.
I can never get along
84.
with these skinny ones, you know. I did try them a few times.
Yeah, you've got sort of a more arc throw though, haven't you? So you'll tend to find yours probably
60.
stood right up to attention and kicked probably flight right, point left.
Yeah, that's true.
52.
Oh, no, that's a look, isn't it? From the Muffin Man, one of, oh, really? Why can't I just get over the line?
100.
Well, a win for Hein, he would get the 12 points alongside O'Shea. But regardless of what happens in this fixture, O'Shea will
81.
remain at the top because of
John,
his
you
superior
require
leg
76.
difference of plus 14. When he's won big. When he's lost tight.
56.
Another tight miss at tops.
Steve,
He
you require 121.
peered around the corner of the first dart there as if to think, is it in? Is it in? It wasn't. And neither is that from Hein.
62. John, you require 20.
That was such
15.
a tricky dart for John. When he goes
Steve,
just
you
on the
require
outside of that
59.
double 10, the way his darts fly, it's not assisting, it's blocking.
Game shot on
Nothing
the
in the way of
fourth
that
leg,
one. That's
Steve Hein.
3-1 Hein. Yesterday, John O'Shea beat Steve 4-0.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first.
John can
Game
say
on.
hello to the finishing line. But he just isn't through the tape yet.
We do know
140.
one thing that is confirmed, though, one thing that is through the tape, or through the trap door, should we say, is Bradley Brooks now no longer can
85.
qualify on the back of Steve Hein getting those 3 legs. So we are now down to our final 4 players that can possibly qualify. Bradley
60.
Brooks mathematically eliminated from the Super Series on debut.
96.
I'm sure there were lots of people thinking that Brooks may be one of the favourites to make Saturday night. It hasn't worked out for him on this occasion, but I am sure
140.
we will see him again. I think he might benefit from getting a Group A campaign. Get the full
85.
week under your
John,
wings
you require
and figure out what you need to
161.
do moving forward.
I agree. I think had he been here this week on Group A, I think maybe we'd see him in
137.
Saturday night. But I'm sure we'll see him here again in Series 7 and beyond. I think he's going to play a big part in the Super Series in 24.
105.
And it's
John,
24
you require
for
24.
John O'Shea.
Game shot on a fifth
The
leg.
Kiefer Sutherland
John
finish.
O'Shea.
24. Did you ever watch that show?
No.
It was called
Sixth
24
leg, it's Steve
because
to throw
it was a
first.
show based on what
Game
would
on.
happen in a 24-hour period in a counter-terrorism sense.
140.
There were 24 episodes a series. And 9 series as well. Getting through that was a commitment.
Yeah, that's probably why I didn't watch it.
60.
Steve Hein in a very, very strong position. It is well and truly
100.
within his grasp. A chance to move on to 12 points alongside John O'Shea, giving himself a 4-point gap from the chasing pack.
100.
If Hein does win this match from this position, they both want the same result in the next match, don't they?
60.
They want Holtkamp to beat Menier. Oh, sorry, the other way around. They want Menier to beat Holtkamp, and then they're both through with a round to spare. Hein plays Brooks
100.
in game 13, and John O'Shea will finish against Holtkamp, and he does not want to have to get a result there. He wants to have that game off.
100.
He wants to just play and let Ola stew in his own defeat.
That was a monstrous last start there from Steve Hein.
140.
Huge
Steve, you
treble
require
20 to leave himself the
101.
101. To move himself on to 12 points.
Not quite.
76.
Excellent effort.
John, you
But
require
now he has to look to see if John
101.
O'Shea can take what he's just missed.
49.
He can't, and Hein
Steve, you require 25.
has got half a bull to negotiate the man at the top of the table.
Game shot.
Great
under
result for the
Steve
Muffin
Hein.
Man. He's so close to getting to Saturday night now. And with that 4-2 victory, his leg difference goes to +6. John O'Shea's goes to +12. They're both on 12 points. It's going to be a Herculean effort needed by Holtkamp to get himself into Saturday night from this position. He needs to beat Neil Menier next. To find out if he can do it, just stay here.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Steve Hine beat John O'Shea 4-2, which means things get very interesting now as far as the Group C table is concerned. John O'Shea, Steve Hine, both on 12 points respectively. It's a 4-horse race for 2 spaces. Ollie Holtkamp win to stay in against Neil Meneer, and if he does win, he's still got a very good chance. The last round of fixtures, Hine, Brooks, Van Schie, Meneer, Holtkamp, O'Shea. Watching this one in commentary, Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar. The drama continues.
There could be more drama, but it very much depends on what happens here. Neil Meneer is not going to qualify through this group.
First
He
leg,
is the
it's Neil
only
to throw
player
first.
not to register a win here
Game
today.
on.
If that changes, he will obliterate the chances for the German to make Saturday night. That would be welcome news for Hine and for O'Shea, who still have
100.
one more match to play. These two have got 2. Bradley Brooks is eliminated alongside Neil.
99.
Jimmy Van Schie on 8 points and -1. Still watches on
100.
and will be incredibly disappointed that he is not going to be in Saturday night, considering the kind of form he has shown at the start of the year.
100.
But it's a brutal format sometimes when you get to the end of the qualifying week. There's only 6 spaces. It's not like we can say it like they do on MasterChef. Do you know what? We're going to take you both through. No, it's not like that.
57.
I'm just picturing now John O'Shea and Steve Hine pouring out a glass of lemonade, dropping a few
59.
ice cubes in there, pulling up a couple of chairs by the monitor, because they will both qualify, won't they? And I just think that this is one they'll probably be sat together
140.
hoping for Neil to get the victory so that they don't have to go through any more stress in lap number 5.
You said yesterday at
58.
around about
Neil, you
5
require
past 1
104.
that 12 points might just be enough in this group. Can I borrow your crystal ball? Because it looks like it might be.
Game shot on the
And
first
there
leg.
is the
Neil
first
Meneer.
hammer blow to Ola Holtkamp. Neil Meneer has not played his best darts today
Second leg, it's
at
Ollie
all.
to throw first.
Averaged 75 in his
Game
first
on.
defeat, 80 in his next defeat, 87, admittedly better against Brooks, but still lost 4-3. Just proving
85.
that even when he started well in this group, that if you don't maintain it, you're going to be put in the bin.
100.
And one of the complexities of this group scenario is that it's different to playing on the Challenge Tour. It's different to playing Pro Tour darts or indeed tournament play in the WDF.
42.
Or seniors darts, of course, because you've still got to come back after you've lost. It's a very different feeling to knockout play. If you win your first game, your second game, your
60.
third, you're on a high because you're building confidence of constantly winning. Here, what we could potentially see is you lose a game, you win a
59.
game, you lose a game, you win a game, and the feeling of returning to the stage after a loss is extremely different to that of after a win.
140.
Absolutely, you just get that sort of feeling of dejected, don't you? And if you're losing a tournament, the ironic thing is when you go in and you leave and you think, oh, if I could just have another go, if I could just
43.
go back in and try again. But it's so different when you're here in this environment and you're trying to find that peak performance and you're seeing the opportunities slip away.
26.
I'm starting to wonder if Holtkamp genuinely believes that he can still get through this group. The demeanour for me
46.
doesn't tell a positive story.
We have seen him throw darts away and get a little bit dejected, a little bit disconnected with the situation at times.
96.
And what you say, maybe he's already getting to that point.
He's 9 legs behind Steve Hine.
125. Neil, you require 79.
Well, he's winning the gesticulation Olympics with that one. Single 20 for tops.
39.
Good line, just over
Ollie, you
pitched.
require
Holtkamp this
101.
time, 101. Much needed. Oh, that wasn't in the 48. That's the bright side. Don't get too despondent about a shot that had missed
57.
anyway.
Neil, you
But
require
those darts
40.
on the floor, they've got to stop.
Down to 10s.
Game shot on his second leg.
Ollie
Neil
Holtkamp's
Mania.
hopes are just slipping away. Whether he realises he's got hope or not, I don't know, but
Third leg, it's
maybe
Neil
he's
to
looked
throw
at the
first. Game on.
leg situation and thought, he can only make 12. He's going to have to win it really heavy.
If he wins this game by 4 legs to 3,
80.
the German, he would go to 10 points, but his leg difference would be -2. 8 legs away from Steve Hine. I don't think that's enough.
140.
I think he's got to win all 4 legs here to stay in the battle.
$55.
And it would be a battle where he's got to ski uphill. Very, very hard to do, by the way.
Well, if he did win 4-3, he would then require Bradley Brooks to beat Steve Hine
60.
4-0 to give him any hope when he takes on John O'Shea in match number 50.
Yeah, and he'd have to win 4-0.
Yeah.
We're talking about the extremes at this point.
45.
And right now, he doesn't look like a guy who's got much fight left in him to be able to turn around a game.
I wouldn't blame him if that's the case. I know we're
100.
constantly digging deep at the end of daily schedules, but this is Ola's 5th consecutive day. This is game 24.
96.
And this is where I start to scoff at people in the public who say, well, darts isn't a sport. Try and play 24 games of darts in 5 days and see how you feel.
81.
It's very hard on the joints, ligaments, tendons, because what we tend to find is we're trying to stand as still and static as possible
180.
whilst applying an explosive
Ollie, you require
movement
120.
to propel an object through the air with control. It's a lot of snap and a lot of strain on
100.
joints,
Neil,
the
you
wrists,
require
the
45.
elbows.
Double 16.
Game shot on
Oh
a third
dear,
leg.
oh dear,
Neil
oh
Mania.
dear. Mr. Mania is making Ola feel very, very holler.
Well, if Ollie
Fourth
Holtkamp is
leg,
to
it's Ollie to
qualify
throw
now,
first.
he needs
Game on.
the next 12 legs all to go his way. He's got to win 4. He's then got to hope Bradley Brooks wins 4 off of Steve Hine. And then he's got to win
140.
4 again from John O'Shea. So he needs 12 legs all to go in his favour with nothing more going wrong.
Well, Holtkamp has got no idea about that. He is a smart lad, but
41.
he won't know that. If he does, then I question his focus going onto the stage because he should be thinking about performance,
43.
not about individual scenarios to that effect. Looking ahead to a little bit later tonight,
100.
we've got Ross Montgomery on 2 points. He's at the foot of the table. Dave Evans and Ted Evans on 4. But Lee Cox is still on 2 points. He had a really good night last night. Still found himself in 4th position. But Scott Taylor in the wind on 8 points and plus 11. A wonderful night's work from the man from
80.
Bolton. I'll be really looking forward to looking at the numbers for the group and the doubles percentage for Scott Taylor for last night, which was rather impressive to say the least.
135.
We could be 225 points away from having our second and third names into Saturday night booked alongside Sebastian Białecki.
82.
Again, that frustration coming through. He did get the treble 19 in the end, but the pace visibly quicker.
123.
Looking
Ollie, you require 156.
very likely at the moment he's going to get his third victory of this group. Player who has represented England on 2 occasions.
96.
And unbeaten
Neil, you require
England
102.
international.
Match start incoming. Double 16.
70.
That was
Ollie, you
close.
require 60.
Has to move. That will happen every time unless he can perfect the
It's
flatty
on a
dart, but
full
he doesn't
flag.
need it.
Ollie
That's a
Holtkamp.
wonderful traversing action from the left-hand side of the hockey. Keeps the match alive
Fifth flag,
and
it's
keeps
Neil to
his
throw
very
first.
slim hopes
Game
alive
on.
of getting out of this group, but it's about as likely as me putting on a Sunderland shirt.
Well, the possibility's just gone up because not too long ago he needed
60.
12 legs to go his way. He now needs 11.
Matt, before you get any ideas, I'm not putting on a Sunderland shirt if Holtkamp gets through this group.
I think that'd be a really good sort of bit of
97.
fun for people. Like,
Yeah, for you. That's like me asking you to put on a Birmingham City shirt.
well, maybe that's what we should do if Ollie Holtkamp gets through. We should
140.
bite the bullet.
Can't imagine anybody's got a Sunderland shirt in Portsmouth to borrow. Funnier things have happened. You know the best man at my
60.
wedding back in 2006? He used to play against me at local darts on Monday nights and put Sunderland flights in just to annoy me. What kind of behaviour is that?
I quite like it, to be honest, though.
You would.
60.
Has to switch there. 60's
59.
closed. And the game could be closed. This is a really good position here. Half a dart lead, has the darts, and he's in the 60 already.
140.
played decent in this game.
Been a good performance, really, from Neil Meneer, showing us why
47.
he has that
Neil, you require
Southwest
101.
ADC Championship belt that he took off Ricky Palmer just a couple of weeks ago.
Or as he would put it, Ricky Palmer.
49.
Already had one dart for the match at double 16 from a 102 check-out attempt. He may just have 2 more darts for the
57.
match
Neil,
incoming.
you require 52.
Does he need 2?
Game
He
shot
only
and the match.
needs the
Neil
1.
Meneer.
And for John O'Shea and Steve Hine, say hello to the weekend and save your tears for another day, because you're both going to the Week 12 finals. Neil Meneer with his best performance of the day and his only win to date, 86.27 with 104 checkout along the way, eliminates Ollie Holtkamp, and he's got a game to spare to play against John O'Shea, who might just have to win that match to solidify top spot in Group C. Steve Hine will ask the question as he takes on Bradley Brooks to start the final round.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's all signed, sealed and delivered as far as Group C is concerned. This is what we've seen then today, and that result before the break, Neil Manier beating Ollie Holtkamp by 4-1 has secured the passages through to Saturday night's final for John O'Shea and Steve Hine. We can confirm that by having a look at the league standings. There you can see O'Shea and Hine both on 12 points. Van Schie, Brooks, Holtkamp all on 8. Cannot make it through to Saturday night's finale, or make it through to the weekend, as Paul Nicholson put it so eloquently. I didn't quite know Blinding Lights was his jam, I'll be perfectly honest with you. Right, into the final round of fixtures we go. We kickstart with Steve Hine and Bradley Brooks. A heavyweight battle to begin the final round of what's been quite a good group. Watching this one is Paul and Matt.
Yeah, this is a really good fixture between Bradley and Steve, but now the pressure's off. You can tell from the chatter on the stage, it has been communicated to the Muffin Man that he is making his first appearance on a Saturday night in Portsmouth in his career. Brad will have to wait for his, but I'm sure it will come at some point. John O'Shea will play in the final match of Group C against Ollie Holtkamp, and that will be maybe to keep his position as first in the group, because if Hine wins this, he goes top.
41.
Wouldn't mind that, actually, because he was my prediction to win this group at 10-1. I'd also like to pat myself on the back as well for predicting the top 2 to go through as well, John O'Shea and Steve Hine.
Yeah, we're on the chopping block a lot of the time here in Portsmouth, because we are always asked for our opinions as to who could possibly win a group, but every now and again we get it right. And you've got it spot on
60.
This week.
Yeah, and I do like to mention it as well sometimes, so
do it when you can. A bit like when Jim McEwen won the last series, and I said, I think it was on the Friday, you might want to watch out for Chucky. I think he's winning this series. And when he hoisted the trophy, I was sitting back in my chair thinking, well, I did warn you.
So we now know 3 players that will be taking part tomorrow here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the 5,000 and that golden ticket opportunity to book yourself a place at Champions Week next week, when £20,000 will be up for grabs. Steve Hine, John O'Shea, Sebastian Bieletsky. I mean, that's a great lineup already. We can pencil in Scott Taylor as well.
And 2 players of the 4 that you've just mentioned have already been to a Champions Week. Taylor and Bieletsky. If you want to get more money, more grandeur, you want to get wins, you've got to do things you've never done before.
92.
Steve Hine has never been to a Saturday night.
56.
He's changed that. But he is not able to find tops at the expense
16.
of Bam Bam.
Game shot on
That's a lovely dart from Bradley. An immediate break for him. He would like to go out on a good note before he sticks around to support his friend Ted Everts, who's on debut this week as well.
If you are wondering why we're talking about Scott Taylor, he will be coming up tonight at 9:45 p.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, so make sure you do hit a subscribe
59.
so you're ready for the evening action. We'll also be on Sporty Stuff TV. Scott Taylor is top of the table overnight. David Evans was very, very good last night, picking up 4 points. Probably felt a little bit harshly treated, no more so than Lee Cox. He averaged 92 for the night. And he managed to come away with 2 points. Ted Everts, who narrowly missed out on qualification through Group A, sat on 4. And at the bottom of the table is a man with
59.
plenty of experience and 17 ranking titles. He could flip-flop and turn that around. Ross Montgomery.
Yeah, anything is possible tonight.
44.
But I'm with you. I think Scott Taylor is almost there. If you want to get in touch with us, at MSS Darts on X, Facebook, and Instagram and TikTok accounts are there for your enjoyment as well.
131.
Get in touch with us. Let us know how many points is Scott Taylor going to get in Group B.
140.
Is it going to be 8? Is it going to be 10, 12,
Bradley
14 or
require
16?
111.
I'll be fascinated to hear from the viewing public as to what you think will happen from 9:45 tonight.
87.
We've just had a tweet in actually from @ScottTaylor180 who said 16 points.
Enough said.
96. Bradley required
That might just be a
24.
rumour though.
Game shot in
That
the
is a
second
perfect
leg.
double
Bradley
12.
Brooks.
And when the pressure's off, Bradley Brooks is starting to play like he wants to. He's playing
Third
so
leg,
well
it's
that he
Steve to
doesn't
throw
want to
first.
throw second.
Game on.
When Bradley Brooks
96.
comes back, because I'm sure he will be more prepared for this and will be a bigger threat. Of that, I have no doubt.
140.
It must be hard for him after so many years on the tour, coming into this and saying to
60.
himself, my career has to start again, and it must start here. If it starts with disappointment, that's okay. Make peace with it.
108.
But move forward from now.
Well, if we reset the league
60.
table and we was using today's table, Bradley Brooks in your live in-play table, as things stands, is top of the league.
That's for today. He's got 96 left, and he wants to go for the treble 20.
105.
It's a fairly safe 20, actually. But it tells you everything you need to know. The reason he's not going through is because of yesterday, not today.
99. Bradley requires 76.
Hates it. He's got 49 left. He's going to leave 32.
44.
You just get the feeling that the Muffin Man is out of flour.
95. Bradley require 32.
Double 16 for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg.
It is a bam
Bradley
bam.
Brooks.
Does it with the second dart. And this time you get to throw first, Bradley. And this is one of those things he's getting
Fourth
used to
leg,
as well.
it's Bradley to throw first.
He's so eager to
Game
get back
on.
to the start that he's getting used to that 10-second gap that we have between legs here. And I think it's a good thing that people take away from this place.
140.
Because sometimes you can start like too quickly, too eager. Take a breath.
I think this also goes in line with what we
140.
suggested earlier, that had Bradley Brooks played a full week here this week and played that Group A campaign, that he may have gone on to qualify for Saturday, because he's looking very good for getting the result here against Steve Heim, which means day 2 he will top the table.
97.
Been interesting to see how it would have grown into a day 3, 4, 5 and potentially 6.
135.
See, Brad, there are positives to take away from today. Use them. Take them to the Dev Tour. He could still be a 2-time World
94.
Youth Champion if he was to win that title this year. A championship that Luke Littler is actually eligible for.
26.
But he's not eligible to
Bradley
play
require
on the development tour this
170.
year. This would be some way to sign out, though.
$84.
A win here would do two things. It would give Brooks double-digit points for 2 days' action,
100.
and
Bradley
it would
require
ensure that
86.
John O'Shea wins the group. Bullseye.
61.
Not quite.
Steve, you require 100. Game shot on
Oh,
a
100
fourth leg.
checkouts don't
Steve
come
High.
much better than that. Unless you go bull, of course, but he was never going to do that. That's
Fifth
a break
leg,
to throw
it's
for
to
Steve.
throw first.
And game number
Game
13
on.
has still got legs in it.
55.
Brad's 24 now, Matt. What do you think the average
100.
peak age is for a dart player right now?
I think it's changing all the time now. I did used to think it was
99.
40. Then I thought it was sort of early 30s. Now I think it's 16.
I wondered where you were going with that. You're trying to tell me that Brad is
81.
8 years past his peak.
If we're using Luke Littler as the judge, yes. But obviously he's a very
60.
exceptional talent. I'd say mid-30s.
John McGowan won a World Championship match against Chris Mason in his late 60s. That's my rebuttal.
Well, look at Peter Wright when he first won his World Championship.
125.
First world champion of the 2020s, of course. January 1st, 2020.
100.
He will forever be known as the first world champion of the decade. First world champion of this year was Luke Humphreys, somebody that Bradley knows extremely well.
58.
Hein is chipping away, thinking,
81.
can I win from this
Bradley
position?
require
He can, but he
137.
might need mistakes along the way from the Blackburn ace. Oh, hello. Double top. Match dart.
97. Steve, you require 100.
If he'd hit that tops, he would have gone full on AC/DC back to Blackburn.
72.
Wrong. Double
Bradley,
for the
you
Muffin
require
Man. He leaves
40.
himself on 34. And Bradley has now got multiple darts for the match.
Game shot.
He doesn't need any more. He ends on a high. He's had a really good Friday. And when Bradley Brooks comes back, I'm sure he will be more prepared for a group challenge than he was this week. A bad Thursday has cost him. On Friday, he was very good indeed. And he was in that match as well. Averaged over 95, 44% on the doubles. The Muffin Man will have to settle for 12 points, but he's not going to win the group. He's going to complete his Group C campaign in second position. Van Schie now up against Meneer. That will be the penultimate match of Group C.
Hello, welcome back. Jimmy Van Schie is about to play his final game on the Super Series stage against Neil Menier, who's also going to be exiting the competition when we finish Group C's action. Bradley Brooks, though, did manage to finish on a high. He got the better of Steve Hine by 4 legs to 1. We are going to see the Muffin Man in tomorrow night's final. 10-1 shot before play got underway. He is into the finale. John O'Shea's also going to be there. He plays Ollie Houtkamp up next, but Van Schie and Menier is our sole focus here. And watching this one, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, one more game for these two now. Yesterday, when it was his debut match, Neil won by 4 legs to 3. Both averaged in the same vicinity as well, just under 82. And what we've just seen from Bradley Brooks is somebody playing the kind of darts they expect to when the pressure is off. But can you play like that when the pressure is on?
It's Jimmy to throw first.
The pressure's off these two now.
Game on.
Their last game before they leave, they'd like the same send-off that Bradley had. That really was excellent from him. Averaged over 95. Doubles today have been very good.
100.
But maybe this could be very good with the shackles off. Bit of a joke being expressed between the two there. There won't be much of a language barrier. Jimmy's English is exceptional.
I wonder if Jimmy said to him beforehand, I'm going to go up there and hit a 9 darter, first leg. And maybe
58.
that's what the giggle is, because he kicked off with a maximum. He's got the smile across his face. So it was a bit... There's a mini story. If he did say he was going to go off with a 9, he may be correct.
100.
You've got to be kidding me.
80.
Do you think he said that?
I really hope he did. Neil Menier is enjoying this leg just as much as Jimmy is. He's 141 points away, 3 darts away
Jimmy, you require
from joining that list of
141.
players hitting the perfect leg of darts here at the Super Series.
It's no longer on. We have seen a 10 dart leg in the last
99.
25 hours or so. We've seen a great 11 darter at the Premier League last night. It's kind of like I'll never forget when someone hit 2 double 8s for an 11 darter.
41.
Luke Humphries
Jimmy,
did
you
that.
require 42.
This is a great first leg from Jimmy. Double 16.
Game shot
And
on
he'll
the
have to
first leg,
settle for an
Jimmy
11.
Vanschke.
Shucks.
Second leg.
And
it's
Neil at the
to
back of the
throw
stage is
first.
probably thinking, okay, so
Game
it's
on.
going to be like this, is it? I better start finding that treble 20 and soon. Otherwise, I'm just going to get 2 points for the day.
97.
We were talking, Matt, about the fact that Brooks has got 8 points for the day. And that is much improved on what he did on Thursday. But in the daily table,
45.
the only person who could have caught him was Steve Hine. And he's just beaten him. So the tail of the tape for Bradley is leave the Super Series because you have to, but leave with your tail up.
180.
Okay, so 3 180s in the first leg and a half. Didn't see this coming.
Been a lot of fist bumping as well, hasn't it? I think we've had about 5 fist bumps so far.
45.
They're hitting that many 180s and that many fist pumps, they might start getting raw knuckles. Hang on a minute.
180.
Another one?
80.
Oh, no, we've gone for the old low 5 there.
Yeah, I think his knuckles must be feeling a little bit sore from all the fist bumping, so he's just
59.
mixing it up.
Neil, you
I think it's a
require
good sign as
44.
well that the banter in the practice room has been excellent. And it's much easier to play in these conditions than it is when there's friction.
Game
That's
shot
a
on the
12
second
dart
leg.
leg.
Neil Menier.
My words. 11 darter, 12 darter. This is brilliant.
Third leg, it's Jimmy
Have
to
you
throw
ever been in a
first.
practice room
Game on.
where there's been 1 or 2 players there that make it a bit frosty?
Oh, yeah.
Example,
41.
Trying to think of a way I can put it across over here.
Please, we want to know. I was very fortunate when I played here because I had Richie Howson. Everybody loves
58.
Richie. Tony O'Shea. Everybody loves him. Andy Jenkins. And a certain Wes Newton.
Nothing could go wrong with that, can it?
40.
Not really. But if we are being slightly honest, when our commentary position was downstairs in the live lounge, there have been a few occasions where we heard
60.
disagreements.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it, isn't it? Yeah.
I have to bring this up.
95.
I still think of that moment when Moreno Blom played Painter. Painter took exception to something that Moreno did. I forget what it was, but Moreno's reaction to Kevin,
134.
as if to say, what was that about? He laughed. And I thought, do you know who you're laughing at? He was just completely ignorant to the situation. He just pressed on.
140.
I found it hilarious.
$96.
And 145 is the ideal number here, but that's not going to be found. We've gone from 4 visit leg territory
41.
to the
Here
likelihood
you require
of
153.
6 visit territory here. Or is it 5? It's not going to be 5. Jimmy's going to have a crack at Neil's biggest finish of the group of 144, which he found yesterday in the early
93.
portion
Jimmy,
of
you
our
require
Group C matches.
144.
But he doesn't go the same route. He's got 72 there, which halves the score.
80.
That didn't work out. I
Here
know a
you
lot of
require
Dutch players
60.
who probably would have stayed on that 54. Always an option. If you think you've only got one shot at it.
40.
He has got one shot at
Jimmy, you
64.
require 64.
And we're into 7 visit territory.
Just
48.
cooling off a bit, but it was
Jimmy,
never
you
going to
require
stay at that
20.
same standard as that opening couple of legs. 4 180s, shared 2 apiece in the opening couple of legs, and maybe the spirits it was played in just
Game
became
shot on a third leg.
distracting for the
Nilmania.
players.
Do you think these guys will entertain the idea of going to Scotland next week?
Fourth leg. It's Neil to throw first.
The Scottish Open's
Game
on.
on.
Jimmy might do on the back of what he's done recently with the Romanian title, but at the same time, he's also got Challenge Tour coming
60.
up and lots of commitments that it can become very expensive very quickly.
Do you think the ideal situation for Jimmy is to take that week off and maybe just let things
44.
settle? Create a schedule that you can stick with. I'm sure he will have kept next week free anyway, because if he'd qualified through this week, he would have stayed.
100.
Do you remember when Jeroen Meek in a previous series won week 12 and then he had to check out of his hotel, I believe, and then rebook in to get another reservation
140.
because he had to stay for the next week? He ended up winning Group A in week 13 after winning his week as well. That was a very, very good 4 or 5 days for Jeroen.
45.
I believe that's who was the pair's partner for Jimmy Van Ski in Asan this past weekend when they made the Dutch Open pairs final.
60.
And the winners were? Wasn't it Brian Roman?
$100.
He
59.
played with Damien Moll, didn't he?
Yes, correct. Brian Roman, Damien Moll. was the Dutch Open pairs champions.
Not bad. Not at all bad.
5-1 in the final before Jimmy then made his way over to Portsmouth, travelling through the night to be here at the Live Lounge for the week. The first of many
58.
weeks.
We're gonna have to get Cindy Lauper or Roy Orbison to rewrite that tune. Well, Roy can't because he's not alive anymore. But he drove all night to play darts with you.
78. Jimmy, you require 140.
Could go 18s on this shot if he wishes. And does. Wonderful. Double 16. Oh,
Shot on
brilliant.
the 4th leg, Jimmy Vansky.
I love that. He does as well. And the appreciation from
5th
Neil
leg, it's Jimmy to
is
throw
right
first.
there. Give that man
Game
another
on.
glass of water. He might need it.
We do have just one more game to go in this group.
140.
That one will be between John O'Shea and Ollie Holtkamp. John O'Shea, your group winner here in Group C. Before we come back tonight, for some
140.
Group B action. Scott Taylor, David Evans, Ted Everts, Lee Cox and Ross Montgomery. The 5 players that will be
58.
battling out for the last 3 places in the final of this series.
Have you noticed that Jimmy's run out of water?
100.
He's got no water left in his glass. He's just done something that he's probably not aware of. He's just taken the Rob Cross style 140 finish and he's drinking water like Rob Cross does because nobody drinks more water on stage than Rob. If he was playing
79.
here, he'd need about 4 to 5 glasses. There you go.
Yeah, it's one of the joke punts that you get when you speak about
60.
odds and things with people, and it's always is it over 4.5 water bottles for Rob Cross.
I don't want to know how many he went through when he was playing Luke Littler in the semi-finals of the World Championship on January the 2nd.
He went through one just having an interview once with Dan
54.
Dawson.
Who does he think he is? Triple H? See, he wanted a drink of water and he's got none left.
85.
He's going to say it to
Jimmy
Neil in a minute.
require
Do you mind I have some of your
170?
H2O?
Now that's a song I know.
Enlighten me.
You don't know that one?
Which song?
H2O.
Must be too young for me.
134.
Another great approach from Jimmy.
Neil, you require 116.
Double top or double 18? Tops it is for 3-2. Dragged
81.
left and low.
Jimmy, you
And
require
Jimmy's on 18s
36.
to break. Oh, sorry, I do beg your pardon. It is for a hold of throat.
Getting
and it's
shot
right
on
in the
5th
corner.
leg, Jimmy Vansky.
Wants to get off stage because he's thirsty.
He's looking again.
I've got no water.
6th leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Where's the nearest
Game
oasis?
on.
It's amazing the feeling sometimes when you win it. Like the first instinct you've got is, I'll take a glass.
17.
Oh, I've got none left. It's thirsty work, darts. Especially when there's 4 maximums,
125.
a 140 finish, 3 out of 4 in the doubles for the Dutchman. It's been an
134.
entertaining game, this one. One of the best we've had today. If it had been with points in mind for qualification, it would have been a classic.
140.
And for my money, I think we've only had one person click the old 350 and 6 in this building. And that's one of our series champions in Jim McEwen.
100.
Brilliant.
180.
180, number 5.
80.
You are 56 points away, Jimmy, from a glass of water.
It's not normally the prize that people would want,
100.
is it?
Jimmy, you require 56.
It's not the worst prize in the world. How do you split a kitchen on bullseye? Double top.
Game shot.
Wonderfully
And the
done.
match. Jimmy
2-3-6
votes
in 5. And that is a really good crescendo for a very talented Dutch player who I am sure we will see grace the shores of Portsmouth once again. It's not meant to be for Jimmy, but he leaves on a high just like Bradley Brooks did in the previous match. Neil Menier goes back to Cornwall after a decent showing on his debut campaign. We're going to see the end of the Group C campaign here today. It's going to be John O'Shea toasting himself with a glass of water on the stage as he will finish first ahead of Holtkamp, who has not had a good day at all.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where John O'Shea will be returning to grace the stage on Saturday night at the Super Series. As for Ollie Holtkamp, it's been really great to have him here over the last 5 days in Portsmouth. Been a real good character behind the scenes. He's given us some good stuff as well. He'll be hoping to end his campaign on a high, former German national champion, and having a little bit... Is that a sing-song from Ollie there? Is he having a little bit of a sing-song on the stage? All I'm going to say to him is the last person who did that on that stage he didn't end well for. But he takes on John O'Shea, and all singing and all darting in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
You will not catch anybody singing in this box, because we could talk
First
till the
leg,
cows
it's
come
Ollie to
home
throw
about this
first.
sport. And that's our job after
Game
all.
on.
And the cows are coming home in as little as 4 legs when it comes to Group C. Oops. That was a bad dot.
27.
But maybe when the adrenaline's gone, the arm gets a bit rubbery. Now, I just have to set the record straight. In the previous match, I was saying that one person had got the magical
96.
350-6 in this venue. I stand corrected. There are 2. Jake McMillan of the United States. Is it United States or Canada for him?
58.
I don't want to get that wrong.
Jake McMillan's Canada.
Yeah. Don't want to get that wrong as well. He's got a 350 and 6. So there are 2 in this
100.
venue. So it just proves, doesn't it? 350 and 6 is a lot rarer
41.
than 9 darters because we've got stacks of those in here.
$140.
John O'Shea would love to finish on a high the same way as Jimmy and Bradley have. He is going to
41.
finish first in the table in Group C on debut. That really is an excellent first couple of days.
125.
Well, this is a very one-sided leg. Could be a very one-sided game.
55.
We've seen
John,
Ollie
you require
Holtkamp
40.
lose his head in fixtures already this week. And he is coming up here already.
Shot on a
A
first
beaten
leg,
man. We
John
know the
O'Shea.
qualification. We know the group winner. That is John O'Shea going alongside Steve Hine.
Second leg,
Joining
it's John to
Sebastian
throw first.
Bieletsky.
Game on.
I do get the feeling that John O'Shea's got the bit between his teeth here because he'll remember the feeling of losing to Holtkamp yesterday in Game 1.
137.
He wants to return the favour and he wants to win this group on points. Doesn't want to win it after a loss and only on leg difference.
26.
Currently plus 12. He's 9 legs ahead of Steve Hine. That's why he's already won the group. But if he gets 2 more points, it will be
42.
14 from a possible 20, which is very, very good.
$81. $57.
John O'Shea on a Saturday night in Portsmouth. Yes, please. That's the kind of thing I can get behind. If you want to be here as well, please get in touch. Dartshop.tv.
60.
Small booking fee. Get your seat here for Saturday night. Come and join us. You got Białecki. You got O'Shea. You got Hine. You got 3 more from tonight. Could be a brilliant Week 12
100.
finals. If John O'Shea could fly all of his supporters from Ireland here for tomorrow night, he would. And that would make for some atmosphere.
84.
I make that. The second leg in a row he's left 165.
95.
I think he's probably just in such a free-flowing, sort of carefree attitude at the moment, knowing he's won the group, but knowing he's playing a player that's
140.
offering quite
John, you
little
require
resistance at the
70.
moment.
Bullseye for O'Shea.
Game shot on a
There it
second
is.
leg. John O'Shea.
A little bit of barbecue sauce for the Irishman. They don't have a great deal of barbecue sauce in their cookery, do they? They're more about
Third leg, it's Ollie to throw first.
liver and steak,
Game on.
pies, chowder. Ever had chowder?
No, I don't.
125.
I've got a really good mate. I haven't seen him for years. Ricky McGraw. He's from this beautiful town down the East Coast called Tramore.
100.
He says, I'm going to take you to the best place for chowder in Ireland. And I thought, well, that's a big statement. And he's talking to me here. I'm a bit of, a bit fancy with the
60.
old food. Sits me down. He says, my old mate comes over. Give him some chowder from the bottom of the pan. All right, sticks it there.
140.
Bit of Irish bread, bit of soda bread. Wonderful stuff. Life-altering chowder. Life-altering.
Don't even know what chowder is.
35.
Fish soup.
Now I know why I haven't had any before.
Cream and fish and stock. Garlic and onion. Oh, I'm getting hungry.
140.
I'll make it for you one time. It's wonderful stuff.
55. John, you require
121
121.
with a minimum of 6 darts. By the way, if you're thinking about an Ace Ventura joke right now, because I mentioned chowder, I'm
49.
talking about the white, not the red. It's a password in Ace Ventura Pet Detective. New England clam chowder, red or the white. You have to get it
43.
right. It's the
John,
white
you
one.
require
Anyway,
72.
segue. 72 for 3-0. Double top.
Game shot on the third leg. John O'Shea.
Oh, I hate to make another food joke, but the Joker is making mincemeat out of the German right now. He's not turning him into chowder,
Fourth
he's
leg,
turning him
it's
into a
John to
spring
throw
roll.
first. Game on. $62.
If you're 3-0 down on this spot, and you know you're not playing brilliantly, just
140.
start getting it right. Never know what could happen. We've seen players, no matter whether they need to win a match or not, they can
96.
just stumble towards the end. You don't expect John to do that from this position. But you've got to start asking a few more questions. Very much like the
58.
players that he was talking about earlier on. David Schlichting, Christopher Tonders. There are others as well from Germany who have come here, like Sir Lucas Wenig, Robin
81.
Berger. They've all had that same mentality when they've left here, whether they've won or lost.
57.
What went right? What went wrong? What do I do about it?
41.
One thing that Holtkamp might shoot for this year is the PDC Europe Super League, which is a qualifying tournament for the World Championship. If he can harness his skills throughout
60.
the course of the year, you just never know that could be the springboard he needs to the place where he wants to be. Getting into that tournament is hard enough.
100.
O'Shea leaves 121 this time, twice.
81.
He
John, you
might
require 121.
just have these 3 darts for it. But he does not get a look at the bullseye.
57. Ollie, you require 105.
That leaves 98, so it's still possible. Well, that shot didn't make any sense. Going 48 bull there with a covered bull, not for me.
47. John, you require 64.
64 to finish with a bagel.
Game
John
shot
O'Shea
and
has
the
done
match.
his job.
John O'Shea.
He's going to Saturday night as the Group C winner. This is no joke. John O'Shea wants to rebound to the Pro Tour. That is a fact. But the start of his season is going to start with a Saturday night in Portsmouth in the Week 12 finals. That was a very professional job at the end there from John, averaging 88.41. And if you've been tuning into the Super Series action over the last 18 months, you know that that is exactly 17 darts per leg. So he needed 68 darts to take care of Ole Holtkamp, who leaves the Super Series after 5 days of action. We wish him well, and we may see him again after the Deutsche Darts Tour starts in the middle of a few months' time. But for now, I've been the asset Paul Nicholson. We've got on the stage Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon to bring us to the end of our show.
And we're joined by John O'Shea. John, many congratulations. First appearance here at the Super Series. Through to Saturday night. Job done.
Yeah. Not the way I wanted it to go, like, but yeah, true. That's a bonus. Yeah, I'll take that.
How would you assess the last couple of days overall from your perspective?
He knows. He knows. The only thing I can say is the last 2 days is a perfect example as to why I lost my tour card.
Mm-hmm.
Up, down, in between. It's just not good enough.
As you say, it's that consistency, isn't it? Is it? How difficult is that to find? Because
I don't know. I really don't know. I'll be honest with you, I've had dartitis.
Mm-hmm.
I've had things down through my life that I was able to overcome because I'm strong that way.
Mm-hmm.
But this is one thing that really has my brain completely mush.
Mm-hmm. And so what are you looking to find then as a consequence through the process that you're trying to get through?
Look, to be fair, my scoring seems to be okay. At times there, I could probably outscore the best that's there. But I got to put it away at the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I think there was one game there, tops, 10s, 5s, you know. You don't get those chances. Matt will tell you, you don't get those chances on the PDC. And that's why you can go in and win one game and knock out a seed with a 97, 98 average and take. But for me, the frustrating part is what goes wrong between winning that game and playing so well, and you play your next game 20 minutes later, and it's like you're not even related to a dart player.
Do you analyse? Do you break things down after a game, like in between games here?
I never did before. But I find myself now, when I miss those doubles, you know, look, I'm not going to say I should have ran away with this group, because this group was extremely hard. This whole week was extremely hard. There was a lot of good players in this group. But I felt I played enough, I scored heavy enough, that if I had put away, what I win today, 3 games, is it? 3 games out of 5?
Yeah.
I felt the game against Steve. You know, I was on a double, he took out 103. There's nothing you can do about that. But I felt I gave myself the chances and I should be putting them away. Like, you know.
Well, you put them away enough. I mean, this is true dart player conversation. We could win 9 out of 10. We wonder why we didn't get that one, and that's what we're sort of seeing here. You just want that sort of perfection.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? It's not even perfection. I don't think this game can be perfected.
Absolutely not.
No, 100% it can't be. But I think for me, the most frustrating part for me is that, okay, if you were to go back over the last 12 months, I can beat the best. I'm not the best, clearly, but I can beat the best. But my problem is, I can go in, like I won my first 2 games today. There's no pressure on me, I'm top of the group, and everything feels normal. My dart feels good in my hand, my throw is great, but nothing. I get nothing back. I think at one stage there, you might have seen it there earlier on, obviously in commentary. I went maybe 60, 45, 180, and I went. And then 60 again after it. You see, but if you can put a ton either side of that 180, you're competing in the leg against the best in the world. And all I can say is that I've seen more consistency in a bowl of Rice Krispies. That is fact. That is fact. Yeah. I can play this game. at the very highest level. Yeah, I've won World Masters. Do you know what I mean? Like, but nothing. I could go home and bait my head off a wall, and I could come in here tomorrow night. And blow the whole thing wide open and win the thing outright, because I have the game to do it. But which John O'Shea is going to show up? Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, we're going to see you tomorrow night. Thank you for giving me probably one of the best lines we've ever had on an interview here at the Super Series. We appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow night. I'll take that microphone off of you. We'll get some assessments off of Matthew Baker. John, many congratulations. We'll see you in tomorrow night's final. Let's have a look then at what we've seen then today. These are the results from our 15 matches for the day. And well, it was a group that we thought maybe at one stage 2 players going to run away with. Then Jimmy Van Schie and Ollie Holt can't get themselves back in the mix. And then suddenly it was just as we were at the start.
It's exactly what I expected to see throughout this group campaign. I said, well, at the halfway point when we had a bit of a chat, I says, I think we're going to get drama, but I don't think we're going to see any movement in the table in those top 2. And it was the top 2 that's gone through. Steve Hine and John O'Shea, they've been the 2 class acts of this group, and rightly so for me, the 2 players that take their place on Saturday night. Well,
let's talk about John O'Shea then in a little bit more detail. We've talked for so long, we're going to have to speed through this part of the show, but we can show some of John O'Shea's best moments from today. And look, when he had to turn it on, he did show his class.
Did you think we were stood next to a winner right then? We wouldn't have known. He seemed very down on himself. At one point, I just wanted to give him a hug. He seemed like he was really sort of picking all the negatives out of it. He's a guy that's had a few issues in his personal life. He's took a lot of heavy blows in recent times, and he's just got to find the positives. He's won a Group C here on debut. He's into tomorrow. He's absolutely right. He has the game that he can come here tomorrow night and win this. And maybe just listening to him speak, he needs that more than we realise.
But it's interesting, you were trying to allude to in that interview, look, you've been in that situation, or similar situations as a player. In some respects, when you're in that particular moment in time where John is it difficult, no matter what the situation is, to find those positives? Because everything just feels like it builds up and it builds up and it builds up.
He's got to find the positives. I can't tell him it, you can't tell him it, the table can't tell him it. Nobody can tell him. He'll have loads of people and great support from where he's from that will always be telling him, John, you're playing well. John, you're doing the right things. John, you're so close. But he has to see it. And right now he's not a guy who sees it. And that's why I think he really could do with picking something up like that trophy tomorrow night, that maybe now he can start to believe it internally. Because everyone's always telling him that he's done well to win this group. Unless he feels it himself, it won't matter.
The other qualifier from this group was Steve Hine. He was a 10-1 outside shot before a dart was thrown in this group. But you did say you fancy his chances, and you were proved right.
He was playing fantastic, wasn't he, on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in Group A. He was very unfortunate not to have got the results. I think he's stepped it up even higher here. I've really been impressed with him, just how he's handled himself up on this stage. His big goal was to get back here again. Now he's in a Saturday night. Who knows how far he can go? I think he's took a big step towards letting the selectors know his intentions and the quality that he still possesses in 2024. And I think he could be a bit of a player tomorrow. No one's going to want to play Steve Hine. That's the situation he's in. He's going to be one of those awkward players that's just you want to avoid.
Let's talk about the two ADC Europe boys then, Ollie Holtkamp and Jimmy Van Schie. They're in the race pretty much right until the very... I actually felt sorry for Ollie a little bit there, because you could tell that in that last game against John that it felt like it was the end of a long week for him. As for Jimmy, again, both of them showed moments, but not on a consistent enough scale to qualify.
I didn't feel sorry for him. I didn't like the demeanour, and it's not the first time we've seen it so far this week. It was the demeanour of a beaten man, but you can't let that come and control your game. You can't just be sort of throwing darts away. There are people that sort of sat back at home, back in Germany, that would have been supporting him, family and friends, and you're not just letting yourself down in that situation, you're letting them down as well. So you really need to make sure that you stay focused, play with that same sort of determination all the way through. So that was a little bit disappointing to see there. Jimmy, fine example of how you should approach that last game. He came up here, he was smiling, but it didn't affect the performance. It didn't affect what he did. He kept that focus and he played well in that last game.
He certainly enjoyed that last game against Nilman. There was fist bumps everywhere, weren't there?
There was, yeah.
There was. Right, let's have a look at next week, because it is Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. Now, these are the players that are confirmed in the lineup. We will announce the 4-12, find the culmination of play tomorrow night. Andy Bolton, Wayne Jones, Tom Sykes, Chaz Barstow, Cam Crabtree and Reece Colley have all 1 weeks in this phase. They are topped up by the runners-up in Dan Webster, Ron Mullenkamp, Gary Stone and Ryan Harrington. It's a very, very good lineup. Some players that did some great stuff in 2023. Dan Webster, of course, dropping off the tour and getting straight into the fold in terms of championship. Just having a look at the runners and riders there, and I know we're going to confirm the full lineup in due course. Who do you like to look at as a potential champion of this series?
The person I like would also give us one of the most ironic stories ever. As every time he comes here, because of the big power scoring he's got, and I like Gary Stone. Now, the thing that I find interesting about Gary Stone is he never even won a week here before at the Super Series. Imagine if the first time he lifts a trophy on this stage, it's a Champions Week trophy. That could genuinely happen. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go into this week as one of the strong favourites with the bookies.
Who would you say would be the favourite based on that 10? Crabtree's probably a name that will harbour a lot of headlines.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be one of those off the back of what he did last year and the runs on the PDC Pro Tour, showing he got a really, really high ceiling. Hasn't had the greatest of starts in regards to Q School. It was a bit of a setback for him there, but this will now be the biggest thing that he's got on his radar. I'm sure he's getting ready for it right now.
And we're going to be watching all that action Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. Champions Week on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Save the date of next Saturday. Saturday, the 17th of February. That is the big day. That's the grand final. That is when we're going to be suited, booted, and we're going to be crowning a champion on that board just to the right of me there. £20,000 going to the winner and a space in Super Series Immortality. You do not want to miss it. Right, we're back tonight, aren't we, for Group B? But between now and then, we're going to have to find out how much consistency's in a bowl of Rice Krispies, haven't we? It's the best I've ever had.
It's the first time I've ever heard that.
Right, we're going to try and think about that. We're going to be back at 10 o'clock. No, 9:45, slightly earlier time, 9:45 for Group B. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, there's no joking about. John O'Shea was top of the pack.